Chapter 927. Dongbua Shuang cried bitterly in his heart, but he still went to the entrance of the cave to welcome him. "Greetings, Emperor," Shuang added, but he was clear that it was not just him. Even Heaven Weeping Sect Master and the others had to be respectful when facing Monarch Xinghua, just like how he could easily slaughter many Unity Realm experts. Even though the gap between the Primal Chaos Realm was not as exaggerated as Unity Realm. Although the gap between Primal Chaos Realm experts was not as wide as the gap between Unity Realm experts, Xinghua Emperor and Primal Chaos Hall Master could kill ordinary Primal Chaos Realm experts in a single move. Elder Dongbua, there's no need to be so courteous. It was rare for Xinghua Emperor to be so courteous. After all, he was famous for being cold and tyrannical. "Emperor, please." The two of them came to the courtyard and sat down. Xinghua Emperor said with a frown, "This time, I do have something to trouble Elder Dongbua." Dongbua Shuang muttered in his heart. What kind of identity did you, Xinghua Emperor, have? If he was truly willing to force his son into a holy ground superpower, be it the Great Void Heaven Temple, Primogenita Island, Blade Emperor City, or any other holy ground superpower, they would all be willing to befriend Monarch Xinghua. Why did you need to participate in the Star Convention and ask for my help? The Star Convention was an open convention, and the name list he chose had to be made public. Xinghua Sun Yi had cultivated for more than 500 billion years. He was ranked in the 3600s, and he was the son of Xinghua Emperor. In terms of potential, he was unquestionably ranked outside the top 1000. If it was strictly judged, he would be ranked outside the top 5000. If his potential was ranked in the hundreds, it was fine if he was chosen. But for someone ranked outside the top 5000, he would definitely be mocked if he was chosen. Dongbua Shuang was not willing to do that. Because I am the easiest to persuade among the 5 teachers? Dongbua Shuang felt helpless, but he could not be rude on the surface. I hope that Elder Dongbua will not spread this matter. After all, it is a shameful matter. Xinghua Emperor said. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself. So you also know that it's shameful and shameful? He even told him not to spread the news. Once he made his choice, everyone would know. Listen to me carefully, Xinghua Emperor said in a low voice. My son Sun Yi, besides the bloodline cultivation system, also cultivates ancient cultivation. After all, I am only at the Primal Chaos Realm, and my son's bloodline cultivation system is at most at the Unity Realm. Thus, he is quite diligent in his ancient cultivation. In just 300 million years, he has reached the Void God level in ancient cultivation. What? Dongbua Shuang was shocked. 300 million years? Even if he had a powerful master to guide him, this kind of speed was too terrifying. The golden-robed disciples of the Great Void Heaven Temple had been stuck at the True God Ruler Realm for a long time. Even though the laws and profound mysteries system was relatively harder, it was too heaven-defying for an ancient cultivator to reach the Void God Realm in just 300 million years. I was incomparably excited at that time, thinking that it is possible for my son to reach the Primal Chaos Realm in the future. Haha, for both father and son to reach the Primal Chaos Realm. That would be a wonderful story. Xinghua Emperor gave a self-mocking laugh. At that time, I did not hesitate to exchange for treasures and obtain the unique treasure, the Boundary Stone. Boundary Stone? Dongbua Shuang felt his heart move. This was a supreme treasure for cultivating the illusory realm. He wanted to get it too. But firstly, the price of this unique treasure was ridiculously high. Secondly, it was unique. I forgot to tell you. My son specializes in the illusory realm in the ancient cultivation system. Xinghua Emperor began describing in detail. By relying on the Boundary Stone, his cultivation has indeed soared. In just a short 6 billion years, he had stepped into the Unity Realm in the ancient cultivation system. But Dongbua Shuang listened carefully. As he listened, he became dumbstruck. He actually fell in love with a girl from the illusory realm, and even fell into it, becoming Tao companions with her. Hearing Xinghua Emperor's description, Dongbua Shuang could imagine how Xinghua Sun Yi was suffering when that girl knew she was a part of the illusory realm and calmly faced death. When the illusory realm collapsed, everything was crumbling. His true love was crumbling too. How mad would Xinghua Sunyi be? I've asked cosmos gods before, and they all said that my son's heart injury has permeated into his soul. It is hard for external forces to save him, and he has to rely on himself. Xinghua Emperor said, I came to find Elder Dongbua. I know that you are the strongest genius in the illusory realm since the primitive ancient sacred world until now. Hence, I want to ask Elder Dongbua if you have any methods to save my son? He was the strongest genius in the illusory realm in the primitive ancient sacred world until now. What identity did Xinghua Emperor have? What he said was logical. Currently, those at the Unity realm who could fight against Dongbua Ying in the illusory realm could be counted with one's fingers. But the others were all ancient cultivators and relied on their talent. And before Dongbua Ying got the Cinnabar inheritance, he merely cultivated in the laws and profound mysteries system. He forcefully pushed the Tao of Mirage to this level, and after getting the Cinnabar inheritance, he easily improved on Cinnabar's inheritance. Was improving it easy? Not at all. Why could Dongbua Ying do it? It was because the difficulty of reaching the 6th floor of Star Tower, by relying on his talent in ancient cultivation, was different from reaching the 6th level in the Tao of Mirage. The laws and profound mysteries system required one to research the essence of the system and grasp the operating laws and profound mysteries. Then by relying on the Tao of Mirage, one could create all sorts of absolute arts. But ancient cultivation was different. Ancient cultivation did not require one to comprehend it completely. As long as one could execute it, it would be a success. There was no need to delve into all the profound mysteries behind it. Hence, the laws and profound mysteries system and the hex cultivation system were famous for being hard to cultivate. But they were also famous for being powerful. Most Unity Realm experts of these two great systems would only reach the 3rd level Star Pagoda strength. Ancient cultivation relied more on talent and inheritance. Those who were heaven-defying were extremely heaven-defying, and those who were weak were very weak. Hence, in history, Dongbua Ying was the only Unity Realm expert who could reach this stage in the illusory realm. He was the only one who had researched the laws and profound mysteries of the illusory realm. Furthermore, he cultivated for a very short period, just a few tens of billions of years. It was logical for Xinghua Emperor to say that he was the strongest genius in the illusory realm in the history of the primitive ancient sacred world. If he knew that Dongbua Ying was close to stepping into the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage, he would likely be more excited. Dongbua Ying's attainments in the Tao of Mirage were clearly higher than what Xinghua Emperor knew. You are a cultivator of the laws and profound mysteries, and you specialize in the illusory realm. Xinghua Emperor looked at Dongbua Ying. I'm just trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. I have no other way. That is why I'm asking if Elder Dongbua has any ideas. Boundary stone. Dongbua Ying softly shook his head. How can you use it so casually? Even though you can research different illusory realm worlds. And you are also the master of the illusory realm world. And you can investigate the operation of everything. It will be helpful to your cultivation. But, the stronger the illusory realm world, the more realistic it will be. And Xinghua Sunyi's experience in the illusory realm is insufficient. Even though he can easily escape from the illusory realm, as the master of the illusory realm, it will be bad if he falls into it. If it was an enemy, he would fall into the illusory realm forever, and his life and death would be controlled by others. But even if it was the master of the illusory realm, the moment he fell into it, it would have a huge impact on his soul. The strength of the soul was very mysterious. Reaching the level of an expert, once he thought he was dead, his soul would crumble and he would die. Emotions were hard to explain. If he really fell into it, if someone knew about it early on and forced him out, it might still be fine. But without anyone stopping him, Xinghua Sunyi fell deeper and deeper. He even maintained it with his wife until the entire illusory realm entered the great apocalypse. I am too confident in my son. Xinghua Emperor regretted. It was because he knew too little about illusory realm cultivation. On the other hand, he was ruthless to himself. He felt that he had to be ruthless to his son if he wanted to have great accomplishments. Is there any way? Xinghua Emperor asked. There's no way. I've never faced such a situation before. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. He too had a Dao companion, and he could imagine how serious Xinghua Sunyi's injuries were. It was already not bad that he did not go crazy. Let's try. Xinghua Emperor added. He had tried many times, and all the people he invited were extremely powerful existences. In his opinion, Dongbua Shuang was the strongest genius in history in the illusory realm. If he reached the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage, he would be the only primal chaos realm giant in the laws and profound mysteries system. He would have a deeper understanding of the illusory realm. Let's try. No matter what, you should meet him and see if there's any way. Xinghua Emperor said. Dongbua Shuang could only nod. What else could he do when the Xinghua Emperor made such a request for his son? All right, let Xinghua Sunyi come over as soon as possible. I'll have a good chat with him. I'm not confident, but I'll definitely try my best. Dongbua Shuang said. I'll have to trouble you. Xinghua Emperor was extremely polite. He had long prepared himself. Even if Dongbua Shuang could not help him this time, in the future, when Dongbua Shuang reached a higher attainment in the Tao of Mirage, he would still have to ask him for help. Naturally, he had to maintain a good relationship with him. As for joining the holy grounds, Xinghua Emperor did not care about it. What he hoped to see the most was for his son to recover from his heart injury, be reborn and soar into the sky. That day was something he wished to see even in his dreams. Chapter 928. Early the next morning the sun rose. The rays of the sun shone through the arrays of the Saber Emperor city, turning even gentler as it shone on the countless buildings in the city. Sunny. Just as he was prepared to leave the residence, he saw a majestic figure sitting in the courtyard. Xinghua Sunyi immediately greeted, Father. Xinghua Emperor said, I met Elder Dongbo yesterday. His attainments in the Tao of Mirage are the highest in history among all the cultivators of the laws and profound mysteries system. When he cultivates the dark world and the Cinnabar inheritance, he can push his strength to the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. Cinnabar's inheritance was originally at the peak of the Unity realm, but he can improve it himself. He's already half a foot into the 7th floor of Star Tower, and he's only been cultivating for tens of billions of years. From the primitive ancient sacred world until now, he's definitely the most incredible genius in the field of illusions. Go find him. He might have a way to help you, Xinghua Emperor said. He helped me. Xinghua Sunyi frowned. I've seen primal chaos giants who specialize in the illusory realm before, yet none of them could do anything. Does Dongbua Shuang have a solution? Previously, those primal chaos giants who specialized in the illusory realm were all ancient cultivators. Xinghua Emperor said coldly, the ancient cultivation system is completely different from the system of laws and profound mysteries. For the ancient cultivation system, as long as one can display sufficient power, it can be considered a success. The laws and profound mysteries system, on the other hand, focuses on researching the profound mysteries behind it. They have truly grasped the most fundamental profound mysteries, and their understanding of illusions is deeper. Xinghua Sunyi was stunned. He then nodded slightly. He agreed with that. Different systems indeed led to different directions. For example, the Devour class system did not need to use its brain at all in the early stages. It only needed to eat, and its strength would continue to increase. As for the laws and profound mysteries system, at the transcendence stage, one needed to study the profound mysteries of the world. One had to grasp the complete laws of the world before they could transcend and step into the true God stage. He had to grasp the complete law system before he could become a void God. Similarly, the difficulty of becoming a void God in the laws and profound mysteries system was many times higher than the Devour class system. Even the witchcraft cultivation system, which was also extremely difficult, belonged to two different directions compared to the laws and profound mysteries system. The laws and profound mysteries system pointed directly at the essence, delving into the core of the world, the laws and profound mysteries. Witchcraft cultivators, on the other hand, felt that they could find the essence of the world from all things. As the world evolved, Many rules were reflected in all things. They felt that the system of laws and profound mysteries was too abstract, and that studying all things was a down-to-earth way of accumulating knowledge step by step. Once they had accumulated enough knowledge, they could make their bodies stronger, their souls more powerful, and they could even reach an extremely high realm in formations and refining treasures. All right, I'll go, Xing Huasuni answered. Although he couldn't forget it, he knew in his heart that it was just an illusory world. He should be excited and cultivate to become stronger. But now, he was instinctively filled with disgust towards cultivation. Whenever he tried to cultivate, he would think of cultivating in the illusory world, and his wife who was destroyed along with him when the illusory world collapsed. This kind of heartache made him loathe everything related to the illusory world. This was already an instinct that he couldn't control. Don't be negligent, the Xinghua emperor said. Even if he can't help you this time, as the one with the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage, as his cultivation improves, he might be able to help you in the future. Amen. Xing Huasuni walked out. When Xing Huasuni went to seek an audience, Dongbo Shuang had already gone out to eat delicacies. There were many restaurants in Blade Emperor City, and those ancient cultivators who were talented in culinary arts could cook delicacies that could even make a great expert like Dongbo Shuang sigh in admiration. Naturally, he would go there frequently to taste their delicacies. Dongbo Shuang immediately saw the golden-robed young man, who was waiting silently at the entrance of the mansion. As the teachers of the convention, it was very common for geniuses to seek an audience and guidance. Usually, the teachers of the convention wouldn't reject them. Borrowing the guidance, they could also better observe the geniuses. But why was Xing Huasuni paying a visit? Greetings, elder. The golden-robed young man immediately bowed respectfully. Xing Huasuni, come in. Dongbo Shuang smiled. Yes. The golden-robed young man was obedient and polite. Nothing could be seen on his face. After the two entered the cavern dwelling, Dongbo Shuang sat down in the courtyard, while Xing Huasuni obediently stood by the side. Your father has already told me about you, Dongbo Shuang said directly. Elder, do you have any ideas? Xing Huasuni looked at Dongbo Shuang. Let's give it a try. Dongbo Shuang smiled. Xing Huasuni felt that Dongbo Shuang's smile was magnified in front of his eyes, and following that, he became completely lost. When he entered the world of the boundary stone, he was the master of the illusory realm. That was why he could maintain his consciousness. But now that Dongbo Shuang had unleashed his illusory realm, Xing Huasuni instantly lost himself. Let's see if I can borrow the illusory realm to change him, Dongbo Shuang thought. Even though other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realms had acted before, those primal chaos giants are all ancient cultivators. Their control over illusory realms isn't as detailed as mine. He was also an ancient cultivator. For instance, the illusory realm within the Cinnabar inheritance had long been fixed. That was why he could continuously attack it, but his control over it was slightly lacking. Dongbo Shuang sat there tasting his fruit wine. By the side, Xing Huasuni sat there in a daze. He was completely immersed in the illusory realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. 2 hours had passed in the real world. But in the illusory realm, Dongbo Shuang had made him experience a total of 1,000 reincarnations, of which a few hundred of them were related to emotions, the righteousness of the nation and the race, the relationship between his teacher and his parents. All sorts of shocking emotions had affected him. Xing Huasuni's eyes gradually regained clarity. Are you feeling better? Dongbo Shuang asked. Elder's techniques are indeed formidable. Xing Huasuni lightly shook his head. In the illusory realm, I have forgotten about the past. That is a brand new experience, just like a dream. After having 1,000 dreams, I woke up from the dream. When I met my wife, I experienced everything under my absolute consciousness. Every single scene had been carved into my soul with a blade. Dongbo Shuang's expression changed slightly. That's right. Forgetting about the past within the illusory realm was indeed like a dream. When one woke up, the memories from the dream would impact his memories. Naturally, the impact was far from what he experienced under his absolute consciousness. I know that everything that happened between me and my wife happened in the illusory realm. I also feel that it is a joke. There have even been experts who help me seal my memories. I would rather seal them completely, but it's useless. Memories can be sealed, but the influence of emotions on the soul can't be changed. I still hate cultivation. Even Cosmos gods said that it is better for me to recover my memories. Only when I face this period of experience would my body transform. Only then would it be considered a success. Xinghua Sun Yi's voice was gentle. A smile appeared on his face. It was a gentle smile. Even though others might find it a joke, the time I spent with my wife in the illusory realm is the most beautiful time of my life. I can't forget it. My rationality told me that I should not be affected. I have also promised my wife not to be troubled by her. I want to be motivated and properly cultivate. Xinghua Sun Yi shook his head. It's useless. Everything is useless. Dongbua Shuang looked at the young man in front of him from the side. This young man had a great talent. Yet he had to suffer from this calamity. Truth and false, false and true. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. We think that everything in the illusory realm is fake. But what exactly is real? The beings in the illusory realm have their parents and loved ones, race and nation. They have love and hate, and they know how to cultivate to themselves. They think that they are real, right? Xinghua Sun Yi was stunned. Right. Only when he told his wife everything, and how he used his identity as the master of the illusory realm to control the illusory realm, did his wife believe that this vast world was an illusory realm, and she was part of the illusory realm. And before this, all beings in the illusory realm were evolving normally. The weak would grow old and die, and the strong would cultivate in battle. They are independent living beings with memories and emotions. Dongbua Shuang said. Actually, they can be considered unique true beings, just that they live in the illusory realm. True. True. Xinghua Sun Yi's eyes brightened. His face turned slightly red. My wife is a true living being? Including his father and the other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realm, none had mentioned this point. Xinghua Sun Yi also thought that it was an illusory realm. Life. What is a true life? They are independent beings with memories, emotions, gratitude and hatred. Are they not true living beings? Dongbua Shuang said. Unless they must have a soul? Like the metallic life forms and other unique life forms, they do not have a soul. They have other life cores. And your wife is the spiritual light that they form in the illusory realm. That is their life core. Only with a life core could one have independent memories, emotions, and even cultivate. Ordinary illusory realms were naturally not that formidable. The illusory realm created by the boundary stone was much more profound than what Dongbua Shuang had. Its internal operating laws were at the level of a miniature cosmos, and it was just a step away from a true cosmos. Many living beings were born within, and all of them were incomparably real. That's right. They have a life core and are independent. They have memories, emotions, gratitude and hatred. They can cultivate. Right, they are all true living beings. Xinghua Sun Yi nodded. His voice was slightly trembling. My wife is real. She truly exists. Chapter 929. Now that he felt that his wife was real, Xinghua Sun Yi became much more excited. Dongbua Shuang continued. Once the Tao of Mirage reaches the primal chaos level, the illusory realm world that one can unleash is comparable to the inner world of the boundary stone. Reaching the cosmos god level, he could even unleash the Mirage cosmos. The illusory universe would turn into a real universe. What if I take it a step further, and my Tao of Mirage reaches an even higher level? An even higher level? Xinghua Sun Yi was puzzled. Weren't cosmos gods the final realm existences? In my laws and profound mysteries system, the true ultimate goal isn't the cosmos god realm. Instead, it is the supreme operating law. Dongbua Shuang said. This was something he gradually understood after reaching a higher realm. The goal of the laws and profound mysteries system was to pry into the essence of the world and grasp the operating laws. The supreme rule was the ultimate goal. Were the laws of the universe supreme? No. The laws of the primitive ancient sacred world were the supreme laws, which were the primal chaos void laws of today. The primal chaos void contained countless universes, primal chaos lands, and the 5 great sacred worlds. The 5 great sacred worlds might sound nice, but in reality, other than the ancient sacred world, which was a remnant piece of approximately 1% of the original ancient sacred world, the other 4 great sacred worlds were created by cosmos gods. The operating laws could not be compared to the primal chaos void laws. Becoming a cosmos god was the final stage of many systems, and was also publicly acknowledged as the final existence. However, the laws and profound mysteries system targeted the supreme law, the primal chaos void law. For example, the witchcraft cultivation system was also a system that studied the core essence of all things. For example, Wuxia had reached his current realm, but he was still studying it. Supreme operating laws? Xinghua was slightly shocked. Cosmos gods merely grasp the operating laws of the cosmos. How can they compare with the primal chaos void law? Shuang said, "This is the true supreme operating law that encompasses everything. If the operating law of the Tao of Mirage reaches the supreme level, I'm afraid he'll be able to control the entire primal chaos void. At that time, as the controller of the supreme laws, he'll be able to create everything in the primal chaos void." Donghua Shuang smiled. "It's not impossible to turn illusions into reality and bring your wife back to life." Yes. Xinghua Sunyi's eyes completely lit up. What kind of realm was that? The operating laws of the Tao of Mirage had reached the highest level. Such a mirage world was actually already at the level of the primitive ancient sacred world, primal chaos void. As the owner, a single thought could create everything within it, and everything that was born within it would also be an absolutely real existence. Actually, Donghua Shuang chuckled. With a flick of his finger, an illusory world appeared before him. Gold, silver, stones, soil, and other common objects began to form within it. Following that, these items began to turn from illusory to real. Gold, silver, stones, soil, and other objects also appeared. Turning illusions into reality isn't difficult for me at my current level. Donghua Shuang said, "It's just that reincarnation requires a higher realm. Who knows? It might be possible to achieve it after reaching the cosmos god level in the Tao of Mirage." Amen. Xinghua Sunyi nodded. His eyes were shining. He felt his entire body heating up and his soul burning. Agitated, surging, with a soaring fighting spirit. In the past, he wanted to suppress this heart-wrenching memory and cheer himself up. However, this was his incomparably beautiful and unforgettable memory. Now, he felt that his wife was real. No matter how others saw it, at least under Donghua Shuang's theory, Xinghua Sunyi felt that his wife could be considered a real life. Furthermore, he even saw hope. Perhaps once his Tao of Mirage reached the cosmos god level, he might be able to turn illusions into reality, allowing his wife to reincarnate. Putong. Xinghua Sunyi immediately knelt down. "Many thanks for Elder Donghua's guidance. I do hope for Elder to accept me as your disciple and impart the cultivation technique of the Tao of Mirage to me." He understood that a pure ancient cultivator would not have a deep understanding of the illusory realm laws. Only those who focused on the essence of the Tao of Mirage would be confident of achieving what he wanted. As for the Tao of Mirage, it was naturally Donghua Shuang who had the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage in the history of the laws and profound mysteries system. He was most suitable to be his teacher. "It is still too early for you to become my disciple." Donghua Shuang chuckled. Flipping his hand, he brought out a translucent golden book and passed it to Xinghua Sunyi. "This is an absolute art I created for the Tao of Mirage. But currently, there are only the first 3 styles. You should cultivate it first and see your potential before I decide whether to accept you as my disciple." Experts in the Great Void Heaven Temple would usually create their own absolute arts and leave them in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall. As Donghua Shuang cultivated, he gradually had this incomplete absolute art Mirage. Mirage First Style World Prison. It was possible to cultivate it at the Void Origin Birth Realm, though it was very difficult. It had the power of the 3rd level Star Pagoda. Second Style, Illusory Shadow Annihilation. It had the power of the 4th level Star Pagoda, and could only be cultivated at the Unity Realm. Third Style Dark Bubble. It had the power of the 5th-level Star Pagoda. It was also a move created by Dark World Master. Dongbo Shuiying had merely modified and simplified it slightly. Dongbo Shuiying felt that this move was not bad. As for the stronger Sky Punishment Edge, he was not satisfied with it, because this move could be dodged by the enemies. But the dark bubble would descend and envelop the enemies, making it impossible for them to dodge. Thus, he was trying to create a move that could reach the power of the 6th floor of Star Tower, one that the enemies could not dodge at all. The multi-layered dark world could barely do it, but it consumed too much heart energy. Dongbo Shuiying was not satisfied with it. Thank you, Elder. After learning this absolute art, Xinghua Suni was filled with gratitude. When you cultivate the Tao of Mirage, you must not neglect your original ancient cultivation. Dongbo Shuiying said, the ancient cultivation is powerful, and you can rely on it to understand the laws. It has the effect of complementing each other. Can I seek guidance from Elder if I encounter a problem? Xinghua Suni asked. Of course you can. Every genius cultivator in this star convention can. Dongbo Shuiying said. Xinghua Suni felt helpless at that moment. He understood. The moment the convention ended, Dongbo Shuiying would naturally have his own matters to deal with. It would be troublesome to seek guidance from him. Then how much potential do I have for Elder to be satisfied and be willing to take me in as a disciple? Xinghua Suni asked. A good master could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. This star convention will be able to see your potential. Dongbo Shuiying smiled. Xinghua Suni understood and immediately bowed respectfully. Then this junior shall take his leave. Go. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. Xinghua Suni bowed and left. Dongbo Shuiying watched as this golden-robed young man left. He could feel that Xinghua Suni was burning with fighting spirit. His heart was deeply hurt, but at this moment, his fighting spirit was burning crazily. If he's not bad, I can take him in as a disciple. Dongbo Shuiying smiled. I truly did not expect that his fighting spirit would be reignited this time. Experts who stood at the higher echelons of the laws and profound mysteries system vaguely understood that the supreme operating law was their ultimate goal. Dongbo Shuiying specialized in the Tao of Mirage. Naturally, he had thought about it before. How powerful would it be if the Tao of Mirage reached the supreme level? It would not be hard for it to revive a life. Because he had thought about it before, he naturally mentioned this point. Even though Xinghua Suni had met other primal chaos giants who specialized in illusory realm before, they were all ancient cultivators, and did not have the same thoughts as Dongbo Shuiying. Naturally, he would not mention this. Xinghua Emperor sat by himself in the courtyard of his residence. He felt depressed in his heart. He was waiting for his son to return from Dongbo Shuiying. However, he didn't have much hope, because he was clear that his son's problem required him to change himself from the depths of his heart. It was too difficult for others to help him. He's here. Xinghua Emperor sensed that his son had returned. He turned around and saw a golden-robed young man walking into the courtyard. His father was still sitting at the same position as in the morning. Amen. Xinghua Emperor was startled. He could feel it. It was no longer the same. Even though the past Xinghua Suni remained calm, and it was hard to discern his actual state, he was too reserved. And at this moment, Xinghua Suni's eyes were bright. His sharpness and fighting spirit could be felt by anyone. Xinghua Emperor was in slight disbelief. Father, help me find a cultivation ground that can accelerate time. Xinghua Suni said. I have to grasp the time to cultivate. He had to be fast. He had to raise his strength as soon as possible, so that Elder Dongbo could see his potential and accept him as a disciple. He had to reach an extremely high attainment in the Tao of Mirage. Cultivation ground? Xinghua Emperor's mouth was agape. How long had it been? It was fine that he took the initiative to cultivate, but he even wanted time to accelerate. Quick, there's no time to waste. Xinghua Suni urged. Chapter 930. Many cultivators in the entire Blade Emperor city were paying attention to the Star Convention. Being the teacher of the convention, Dongbo Shuiying was relatively busy. Even though the number of primal chaos giants who came to visit could be counted with one's fingers, there were too many genius cultivators. I hope for Senior Dombo to guide me, a black-robed old man respectfully said. There were still remnants of a savage ripple in the surroundings. Dombo Shuang sat there. He placed down the wine cup in his hand. The female attendant by the side immediately poured the wine for him stealthily. The fragrance of the wine permeated the air. Even though it is one's weakness that determines one's life and death during a battle. Dombo Shuang chuckled. It is right that you wish to make up for your weakness. But you are currently at the second-level Star Pagoda strength, and is still relatively weak. You should spend more effort on the techniques you specialize in, and make them stronger. When you have an overwhelming advantage in a certain aspect, you can similarly suppress your opponents. Dombo Shuang said. Yes, this junior understands. The black-robed old man answered. The age of a cultivator could not be judged from his appearance. Just like when a transcendent cultivated at a slower speed, causing his appearance to be older. But after becoming a deity or world deity, he would continue to rise. This was something that was very common. This old man in front of him was indeed one of the genius cultivators participating in this convention. He had cultivated for just over 200 billion years, and was considered relatively young. Then is it possible for this junior to be chosen by senior? The black-robed old man could not help but ask. You have cultivated for a relatively short period, and are a loose cultivator. Hence, you do not have a good teacher to guide you. Dombo Shuang chuckled. The only flaw is that your ranking this time is slightly lower. You are ranked at the 3000th rank. If you could be in the top 1000, your chances of being chosen would be much higher. Properly cultivate, and make the best use of your time to break through in this 1000 years. Even if I don't choose you, I believe other teachers would. Alright, go. Yes. The black-robed old man obediently bowed. He did not dare to be disrespectful and left. Elder, these cultivators frequently come to seek an audience with you. There is no need for Elder to meet them immediately. It's not a big deal to let them wait for half a day. I've heard that the teachers of other conventions often wait outside for several days, if they want to seek guidance. These 1000 years are very important to them. Most of them are quite talented, but they lack guidance. With guidance, there might be a change within 1000 years. If there's an obvious increase in their strength, they'll have a chance to be chosen. Dombo Shuang said. There's no need to waste their time. Without sufficient insight, it would be difficult for one to see through the other party's actual situation, and it would be even more difficult for one to give good guidance. Even General Heaven Light, Five Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Violet Slaughter Island Lord might not be able to match up to Dombo Ying's understanding of the Unity Realm. Years passed by. Those talented cultivators were originally unconvinced with Dombo Ying in their hearts. We are also at the Unity Realm. Even though he is stronger than us, he is still at the Unity Realm. How can he be a teacher of the convention? But after the majority of them went to seek guidance, they discovered that Dombo Ying's attitude was clearly better, causing many of them to have a good impression of him. But there were also cultivators who were mumbling inwardly. He is ultimately at the Unity Realm. The other 4 teachers of the convention are all Primal Chaos Realm giants. Their statuses are different, and it is natural for his attitude to be better. Cultivators had different personalities. There were also some who were violent, twisted, and extremely selfish. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. Dombo Ying had a more detailed judgment of the potential of this batch of talented cultivators. But he would only choose at the final moment. Because at that time, the 5 teachers of the convention would provide him with a name list. If the name list of others overlapped with his, he would naturally choose someone else. On this day, the sun was setting in the west. Dombo Ying sat cross-legged by the side of the lake, within his cavern dwelling. He was meditating silently. In his mind, he was deducing the technique. He wanted to fuse the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter together. With his pride, he still wanted to reach the 7th level strength at the Unity Realm. Challenging the final limit at every level would be of great help to the accumulation of his foundation. One's comprehension ability was not fixed the moment one was born. Instead, it would change over time. If he could get through the 7th level at the Unity Realm, it would be easy for him to step into the 8th level after reaching the primal chaos realm. The 9th level was not too far away either. This was the improvement of one's comprehension ability. Like Sword Master, why was he so heaven-defying? It was because he did not have any good guidance in his hometown cosmos. He had to rely on himself to comprehend. This was also forcing him to temper himself. After forcefully cultivating to the primal chaos realm, his foundation was incredibly thick. After entering the Great Void Heaven Temple, he read through many books and absorbed the wisdom of the seniors. Naturally, he broke through to the Cosmos God realm. Currently, Dongbo Shuang had good guidance and many absolute arts. He even had the stone mirror and other treasures. Naturally, he would have higher expectations of himself. Muddling along would only make him fade into the masses. Elder Xinghua Suni seeks an audience. The protector came over and respectfully reported. Let him in. Dongbo Shuang ordered. Very soon, a golden-robed young man walked in. He was in high spirits and was entirely different from the first time they met. Greetings, Elder. Xinghua Suni bowed respectfully. He was filled with admiration and gratefulness from the bottom of his heart. I thought that after you left the previous time, you would come and seek my guidance. Who would have thought that you would be gone for 300 years this time? Dongbo Shuang chuckled. My father once said that if I were to ask my teacher for everything in cultivation, then in the future when my teacher could no longer guide me, I would have to rely on myself. By then, it would be hard for me to break through. Thus, even if I met with some problems, I would have to rely on myself to solve them. Xinghua Suni said. Dongbo Shuang revealed a smile. For instance, when the Great Void Heaven Temple taught disciples, the seniors would write down their comprehensions and place them in the Myriad Elephant Palace, allowing the juniors to read and comprehend by themselves. The path they walked would all depend on the disciples themselves. Asking their teacher for help whenever they met with a problem would indeed not have a bright future. Junior has some gains in cultivating the Tao of Mirage. Elder, please guide me. Xinghua Suni pointed slightly with his finger. An illusory world appeared by the side. Then, the illusory world descended into reality, causing the surrounding heaven and earth energy to surge. Furthermore, it rapidly shrunk into a ball. Dongbo Shuiying's pupil shrank. He could not help but say, World Prison. You've cultivated the World Prison? Your Tao of Mirage has reached the origin birth realm? Dongbo Shuiying was shocked. How long had it been? Just 300 years. Xinghua Suni revealed a smile and nodded. After Junior returned, I started researching the laws and profound mysteries system, the Tao of Mirage. With the absolute art Senior gave me, in addition to my deep accumulation in the illusory realm, I've reached the unity realm in the ancient cultivation lineage. Furthermore, my father gave me a cultivation aid, which allowed me to cultivate to this stage. But 300 years? Dongbo Shuang still did not dare to believe it. Oh, I've been cultivating in the Tower of Time in Blade Imperial City. In reality, I've already cultivated for 3 million years. Xinghua Suni said. Only then did Dongbo Shuang understand. That should be enough. For someone who had never cultivated the Tao of Mirage, even if he had deep accumulation in the ancient cultivation of illusory realms, the laws and profound mysteries system would allow him to grasp the Mirage more thoroughly. Even if he had reached the void origin birth realm, it was still an inconceivable matter in a short 300 years. If it was 3 million years, that would be more or less the case. Dongbo Shuang felt that it was more or less the case. If this were to spread to the outside world, it would still shock many cultivators. Because cultivating the ancient cultivation illusory realm in the Tao of Mirage was easy, because the ancient cultivation illusory realm itself did not require a deep understanding of the illusory realm. On the other hand, cultivating the ancient cultivation illusory realm before cultivating the Tao of Mirage would make it hard for the cultivator to have a huge breakthrough in the Tao of Mirage. 3 million years. Dongbo Shuang felt that it was normal because his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Compared to him, Dongbo Shuang, Xinghua Suni had cultivation aid and ancient cultivation aid. He felt that it was still acceptable for him to reach this stage in 3 million years. But compared to the cultivators in the outside world, it was shocking. After all, it had only been a few million years, and his strength had reached the third-level star pagoda from the second-level star pagoda realm. Grasping the world prison, with the Tao of Mirage at the origin birth realm, is extremely difficult. Xing Huasuni said, I've comprehended many structures of the illusory realm world within the boundary stone in the past. That's how I barely managed to do it. But the second style, illusory annihilation, requires the cultivator to reach the unity realm in the Tao of Mirage. But I feel that it is much more difficult. There are many perplexities that I can't comprehend no matter what. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. He still thought that this brat could reach the unity realm in the Tao of Mirage with just that bit of ancient cultivation experience. Speak, Dongbua Shuang said. Xing Huasuni nodded. He then continued practicing and asking questions. Many illusory worlds appeared around him. Dongbua Shuang casually guided Xing Huasuni as he listened. Every single time, Xing Huasuni would point out the essence of what he was not good at. He could only rely on his experience and the books he read in the Myriad Elephant Palace Hall to guide him. As for the Tao of Mirage, Tao of Slaughter, Tao of Ripple, and the void that he specialized in, Dongbua Shuang had it at his fingertips. Xing Huasuni's eyes lit up when he heard that. He was so excited that he was beaming with joy. After all, some of the things that had troubled him for a long time had been explained clearly by Dongbua Shuang using some ingenious methods. Dongbua Shuang had even pointed out many directions for him. This time, the guidance continued for a total of 10 days. Beside the lake, Dongbua Shuang was still sitting cross-legged there. The night had passed, and the sun had risen. Many thanks for Elder's guidance. Xing Huasuni was grateful and respectful. Your comprehension is not bad. Dongbua Shuang smiled. No wonder this Xing Huasuni could improve so quickly in the ancient cultivation illusory realm. He was indeed someone with extremely high comprehension. He was definitely the one with the highest comprehension amongst all the genius cultivators that Dongbua Shuang had guided. Then can this junior take Elder as my master now? Xing Huasuni could not help but ask. It's still early. Let's talk about it after the star convention ends. Dongbua Shuang said. Xing Huasuni was slightly disappointed, but he still said respectfully, this junior will go back and cultivate first. During the past 10 days of Elder's guidance, this junior has to go back and cultivate properly. Go, Dongbua Shuang said. Xing Huasuni obediently bowed and left. And as Dongbua Shuang watched as Xing Huasuni left, he thought, he currently has the strength of a third-level star pagoda expert. In the future, he should be able to improve further. Amongst the cultivators of the Star Convention, his comprehension ability is definitely one of the best. I should be able to leave a spot for him in my name list. He was quite fond of Xing Huasuni, because the other party specialized in the Tao of Mirage that he, Dongbua Shuang, was most proud of. It was not easy to meet a talent that was suitable to inherit his absolute art. Chapter 931. As the 1,000-year deadline approached, Dongbua Shuang became more leisurely. Almost all the talented cultivators had come here before, and there was no need for them to come a second time before their strength improved significantly. On this day, a thin man walked to the entrance of Dongbua Shuang's cavern dwelling. The faint aura he emitted had startled the two protectors. Even though this aura was emitted slightly, the moment they came in contact with it, they felt an overwhelming killing aura assaulting their souls, causing the protectors to tremble in fear. They had seen too many Unity Realm experts, and understood that this person in front of them was much stronger than them. He should be a primal Chaos Realm giant. At that moment, none of them dared to be disrespectful. Go tell Elder Dongbua that Ba Yin is here to visit. The thin man said coldly. Yes, senior, please wait for a moment. The protector immediately went in to pass the message. Brother Ba Yin. Dongbua Shuang took the initiative to welcome him warmly. The thin man was no longer cold. Instead, he revealed a smile. Haha, Brother Dongbua, I know you are busy. That is why I came to visit you now. If Brother Ba Yin wants to see me, you can naturally do so anytime. Come, please come in. Dongbua Shuang was much more polite. There was a reason for him to be polite. Even though this Ba Yun Palace Master was a primal chaos realm giant, according to the intelligence, he was barely at the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower. This strength was only slightly stronger than him. The reason why Dongbo Shuiying was so polite was because Ba Yun Palace Master was the only disciple of the Black Emperor. Black Emperor had imparted his Tao to him. The two of them sat down. Dongbo Shuiying also took out his treasured wine and personally poured it for Ba Yun. "Brother Ba Yun, why did you come to see me?" Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. "If there is anything, just say it." "Haha, I came because of this star convention," Ba Yun Palace Master said. "I have a junior who participated in the star convention. His strength isn't bad, and he is ranked in the top 500. However, he isn't confident that he will be chosen in the end. Therefore, he came to seek my help. I also like this kid, so I specially came to seek Brother Dongbo's help." Hearing that he was ranked in the top 500, Dongbo Shuiying heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he didn't know how to be flexible. As long as the other party's potential was high enough, in a situation where he could choose or not, it wouldn't matter if Ba Yun Palace Master personally interceded for him. After all, choosing juniors with potential, this was the inner judgment of the teachers of the convention. Each of them had different experiences, so their judgment of the potential of the younger generation was different. For example, if Dongbo Shuiying judged a junior's potential to be around 150, General Tianguang might judge him to be around 100, and General Hatchet Palace Lord might judge him to be around 200. It was impossible to be absolutely the same, but they were all experts, and Dongbo Shuiying had a high understanding of the Unity Realm. His judgment of potential would not be too bad. Therefore, as long as the junior's potential was within the range of Dongbo Shuiying's choice, he could definitely choose him. No one would think that he would act recklessly. But if the junior's potential was judged to be outside the top 1,000, General Hatchet Palace Master, General Tianguang, and the others might judge him to be slightly different, but he would still be ranked outside the top 900. If he chose, he would be slapped in the face. "Oh, if his potential is not bad, I will naturally do my best to help." Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. "His potential is not bad. I believe that after entering the holy ground, his future will be even more extraordinary." Ba Yun Palace Master said. "I wonder what is his name?" Dongbo Shuiying asked. "He is called Huan Lu." Ba Yun Palace Master chuckled. "He is ranked 406th in the Star Pagoda preliminaries." Dongbo Shuiying's original smile froze. Huan Lu. Huan Lu was a loose cultivator, but he had cultivated for more than 1.6 trillion years. More importantly, Dongbo Shuiying had seen the recording of him challenging the Star Pagoda. Being ranked 406th sounded good, but in reality, he had not gotten through the 3rd level. He was merely ranked at the peak of the 2nd level Star Pagoda. Furthermore, the reason why he was ranked at the peak was because his body had been modified. That time, Dongbo Shuiying saw the recording and deduced, this Huan Lu must have many treasures. His realm is clearly ordinary, and he should only be at the 1st level Star Pagoda strength. But his body has been modified. By relying on his powerful body, he nearly got through the 3rd level. He is merely a Devour class cultivator, yet his body has been modified by a Hex cultivator. Clearly, other experts had helped to modify his body. It was indeed possible to invite other experts to modify his body. Furthermore, with sufficient origin world rocks, one could even invite Wuxia to help, making his body so strong that even primal chaos realm giants could not destroy it. But the more heaven-defying the modification, the more exaggerated the price. It would be more worthwhile to purchase puppets. This Huan Lu had clearly modified his body for the sake of the Star Convention. He wanted to increase his ranking, but it's a pity that Dongbo Shuiying, General Hatchet Palace Master, and the others had sharp eyesight. With a glance they could deduce, his body had been modified by others. If he did not modify his body, he would likely be ranked beyond 10,000. Even though he was a loose cultivator, he had cultivated for a very long time. In terms of potential, he was unquestionably ranked beyond 3,000. Someone who was unquestionably ranked beyond 3,000. Was he going to select him? Dongbo Shuang looked up at Ba Yin Palace Master in front of him. Ba Yin Palace Master remained smiling. Brother Dongbo. He is a loose cultivator, and he is ranked in the 400s. His potential is not bad. He has invited other experts to modify his body. That is why he is ranked around 400. Dongbo Shuang shook his head. We choose based on potential. It is impossible for other experts to modify their bodies. Brother Dongbo, you can choose 20 people. And as for potential, every teacher of the convention has different eyesight. Since you have a unique eyesight, it is normal for you to select him. Ba Yin Palace Master chuckled. Dongbo Shuang furrowed his brows. This disciple of Senior Black Emperor, he had already said it like this. Why was he still forcing himself? I will try my best. I still have some matters that I need to attend to. Dongbo Shuang stood up. Brother Dongbo, you better give me a definite answer. I will be at ease. Ba Yin Palace Master said. I will try my best. Dongbo Shuang replied. How about this if you choose? I am willing to give Brother Dongbo 200 Origin World Rocks. Ba Yin Palace Master smiled. That Huan Lu had indeed had a fortuitous encounter. He had obtained many treasures, and not only did he modify his body, he also understood the detailed information of the 5 teachers of the convention. Only then did he find Ba Yin Palace Master to intercede for him. The deposit was 100 Origin World Rocks. Once the matter was settled, he was willing to pay another 500 Origin World Rocks. A total of 600 Origin World Rocks was enough for him to enter the sacred ground. Brother Ba Yin, Shuang helplessly said, you should also understand that I, as a Unity Realm expert, am taking on the role of a teacher of the convention, and there are some objections to it. I am not just representing myself here. More importantly, I am representing my Great Void Heaven Temple. I cannot slap my Great Void Heaven Temple's face. Therefore, I really can't do anything about your matter. His potential is probably ranked outside the top 3,000. Dongbo Shuang honestly interceded because he hoped that the other party could understand. Just a small matter? How can it be considered as giving face to the Great Void Heaven Temple? Ba Yin Palace Master frowned. Alright, today is the first time the two of us are meeting. Let's not make things too ugly, and give me some face. It's just a slot. Let's do it this way. Dongbo Ying's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up. Brother Ba Yin, I still have matters to attend to. I will not accompany you any longer. Please leave. Ba Yin Palace Master's expression instantly turned cold. You really don't agree? No choice. Dongbo Shuang said directly. Humph. Ba Yin Palace Master laughed angrily. You are just a small Unity realm. You have obtained the inheritance of my teacher. It is fine if you don't feel grateful. But I personally came to ask for your help, yet you did not give me any face. Also, don't call me Brother Ba Yin. You are just a Unity realm, and aren't qualified to call me brother. He was truly angered. Being a primal chaos realm giant, and the only disciple of the Black Emperor, who would not give him face normally, he looked down on all Unity realm experts. In his heart, he did not think highly of Dongbo Shuang. After all, so what if he was on the 6th floor of Star Tower? In history, there were many who were stuck on the 6th floor of Star Tower and could not step into the primal chaos realm. For instance, Thunder Flame Pagoda Master was stuck there, and Dark World Master had fallen long ago. In his heart, Ba Yin Palace Master truly did not think highly of Dongbo Shuang. Even addressing him as brother made him feel uncomfortable. It was only because he had a request from the other party that he maintained a smile and spoke passionately. Who would have thought that this Dongbo Shuang, a Unity Realm expert, would be so shameless? Giving him 200 Origin World Rocks, yet he did not agree. How much was the total value of all the treasures on Dongbo Shuang? It should be at most 1,000 Origin World Rocks, right? 200 Origin World Rocks was a very large sum of wealth. Addressing me as brother? It seems I have climbed up the social ladder. Dongbo Shuang coldly said. Since things had reached this stage, there was no need for him to save any face. Someone send the guest off. Dongbo Ying's voice transmitted. At that moment, a female attendant came in. She walked to the side of Ba Yin Palace Master. She was slightly nervous, but she still said, Please. No matter how arrogant Ba Yun Palace Master was, he did not dare to be impudent in his territory in the Blade Emperor City. You have guts. Ba Yun Palace Master sneered. Why? Still not leaving? Do you want me to chase you out? Dong Shuang coldly said. Good, very good. Ba Yun Palace Master sneered. He turned around and left in 2 to 3 steps. Dong Shuang coldly snorted. So what if he was a primal chaos realm giant? He barely had the strength of the 7th level, and was just a notch higher than him. Even if he fought with him, he would not be afraid. Furthermore, he was close to the primal chaos realm. The moment he stepped into it, he would be able to easily surpass him. He was being so polite and courteous because of the Black Emperor. But even though he respected the Black Emperor, it did not mean that he had to respect him as a disciple. Since he did not want any face, he could only chase him out. Chapter 932. After walking out of the residence, Ba Yun Palace Master turned around with a gloomy expression. This made the 2 guards at the entrance of the residence not even dare to breathe. A mere Unity Realm expert is so arrogant and ignorant, Ba Yun Palace Master said coldly before leaving. This made the 2 guards look at each other in dismay. Is he saying that Elder Dong Bo is arrogant and ignorant? From the looks of it, his negotiation with Elder Dong Bo has fallen apart. Elder Dong Bo is the same. Even if he rejected a primal chaos realm expert, he shouldn't have made it so ugly. The 2 guards talked to each other through voice transmissions. They even quickly told some of their good friends about what had happened, and started discussing it. These guards and attendants were arranged by the Blade Emperor City. They were the lowest level members of the Blade Emperor City. They would temporarily serve Dongbua Shuang during the Star Convention. The moment the Star Convention ended, they could not be bothered with the inner hall elder of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Hence, they were more than willing to discuss the secrets of these big characters. Very soon, those who were well informed knew that Ba Yun Palace Master had said that Dongbua Shuang was arrogant and ignorant. And those who knew about this matter stood on the side of Ba Yun Palace Master. Because the 5 great sacred worlds of the Primal Chaos Void were used to the high and mighty Primal Chaos Realm experts. A Unity Realm expert should be respectful to a Primal Chaos Realm expert. Dongbua Shuang was too lazy to care about the discussions of the outside world. Only the weak would pay attention to the actions of the experts. Why would a true expert care about the trivial matters of the weak? Before breaking through to the Primal Chaos Realm, he would not easily offend a Primal Chaos Realm expert. He would rather endure, but under the premise that he had absolute confidence in breaking through. Even if he treated the other party politely, he would not tolerate the other party taking advantage of him. So what if they fell out? In just a short while, he would easily surpass the other party. Amen. On this day, as Dongbua Shuang was meditating by the lake in his cavern, he suddenly received a message. It was the host of this Star Convention, Heart Imitation Religious Master. There's still half a year before the 1,000-year deadline ends. The name list of General Hatchet Palace Master has already been handed over to Heart Imitation Religious Master? Dongbua Shuang was shocked. The message that Heart Imitation Religious Master sent was the list of 20 people that General Hatchet Palace Master had chosen. Not a bad choice. Dongbua Shuang took a look. According to Heart Imitation Religious Master's assessment, they were all in the top 300 in terms of potential. Chen Xiong. Dongbua Shuang smiled. He had also noticed this name. Monarch Hidden Dragon should have looked for General Hatchet Palace Master as well. I had intended to choose him as well. The little fellow called Chen Xiong had cultivated for an extremely short period of time, and he had only come to seek guidance 3 times in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, his improvement was rather obvious, and in terms of potential, he was probably ranked in the top 20. Days passed by. The entire Star Convention had begun to boil in secret. Those who were well informed had already begun to know that the names of the teachers of the convention were being submitted one by one. General Hatchet Palace Master had the highest status, so he was the first to hand over the name list. Half a month later, as the only female, the Violet Slaughter Island Master was the second to submit the name list. Another month later, The 5-luster serpent ancestor also submitted the name list. Another month later, the Blade Emperor City, which was in charge of hosting the convention, sent out a primal chaos existence, General Heaven Light, to submit the name list. Being at the Unity Realm, Dongbo Shuang naturally knew what to do. He chose to be the last to submit the name list. Please pass on the message that Dongbo Shuang greets Heart Imitation Religious Master. Dongbo Shuang stood in front of a huge residence. The place where Heart Imitation Religious Master stayed was naturally his residence in the Blade Emperor City. It's Dongbo Shuang, one of the 5 teachers of the convention, Dongbo Shuang. He is here to submit the name list too. Outside the residence of Heart Imitation Religious Master, there were quite a few people staring at it, especially those talented cultivators who were anxiously paying attention to the name list. They had already thought of ways to know the name list submitted by the previous 4 teachers of the convention. Currently, only Dongbo Shuang was left. The secrecy of the name list was not high. Heart Imitation Religious Master and the 5 teachers of the convention, as well as many primal chaos existences who came to watch the convention, were given a copy. After all, it was meant to be made public, and there was naturally no need to keep it a secret. This is the final one. This one has 20 names. I hope I'm one of them. This is the final chance. Some of the talented cultivators who had been waiting outside the residence of Heart Imitation Religious Master were extremely nervous. They were waiting silently. In the past 1,000 years, many of them had visited Dongbo Shuang, albeit Dongbo Shuang had never given them any confirmation. Within the residence, Dongbo Shuang continued walking under the guidance of an attendant. They passed through the winding corridors and arrived at a huge public square. Finally, he arrived at a towering black palace hall. This palace hall was incomparably grand. It occupied approximately 1/10 of the entire residence, spanning an area of 5,000 kilometers. It was also the most eye-catching palace structure in the entire Blade Emperor City. This was also the famous Heart Imitation Palace Hall. Heart Imitation Palace Hall. Dongbo Shuang thought. He knew that Heart Imitation Religious Master would usually cultivate in the Heart Imitation Palace Hall. This was a unique palace specially constructed for cultivation. Elder Dongbo, Religious Master, is inside. The attendant stopped outside the palace hall. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He stepped inside. The huge Heart Imitation Palace Hall was huge and spacious. It occupied an area of 5,000 kilometers. It was empty within. There were no decorations at all. There was only a single figure seated cross-legged on the ground of this dark palace hall. Heart Imitation Religious Master was wearing a loose robe. His robe was spread on the ground. His back was slightly bent, and he had a smile on his face as he looked at Dongbo Shuang. Even though he did not emit any aura, Dongbo Shuang could feel that the entire Heart Imitation Palace Hall was becoming bigger and bigger under his senses. It was boundless and dark. The entire Heart Imitation Palace Hall was like an endless cosmos. And Heart Imitation Religious Master was the core of this cosmos. He sat there as if he was the master of the cosmos. It's said that 9th-level Star Pagoda Primal Chaos Realm Giants are not any weaker than cosmos gods in certain aspects. It is indeed true. Dongbo Shuang saw this scene. Even though Heart Imitation Religious Master did not emit any aura and did not display any techniques, just by sitting within the Myriad Imitation Palace Hall made Dongbo Shuang understand how terrifying the other party was. At least for now. It was easy for the other party to kill him. Even if he had the protective treasure given by Forefather Tianyu, he could only last for 1 or 2 moments. Elder Dongbo, Heart Imitation Religious Master's ugly face contained a power that could warm the hearts of others. His voice was gentle too. The first 4 teachers of the convention have been decided. Your name list has been decided. Hence, the 100 names that you have chosen can be made public. I have already chosen them. Dongbo Shuang nodded. He waved his hand, causing a golden silk scroll to appear in front of him. It flew towards Heart Imitation Religious Master. Heart Imitation Religious Master casually looked through it. Suddenly he frowned slightly. His gaze landed on one of the 20 names, Xinghua Sun Yi. Heart Imitation Religious Master looked up at Dongbo Shuang. Xinghua Sun Yi? Being the host of this star convention, Heart Imitation Religious Master naturally understood the intelligence of all the talented cultivators. He naturally paid attention to Xinghua Sunyi, because he was the youngest son of an ultra-expert at the same level as him, Xinghua Emperor. With such a background, he had cultivated for more than 500 billion years, yet he was only ranked 3,600th. His potential would most likely be ranked beyond 5,000 amongst the talented cultivators. Speaking from his heart, Heart Imitation Religious Master had a good impression of Dongbo Shuaying. After all, he was the strongest Unity Realm cultivator in the current era of the two great sacred worlds. He could compete with Lei Yan from the myriad ancient sacred world. Are you sure you won't change the name list? Heart Imitation Religious Master looked at Dongbo Shuaying. I haven't announced it to the public yet. You can still change it. There's no need to change it. Dongbo Shuaying shook his head. Heart Imitation Religious Master hesitated for a moment before saying, Elder Dongbo, I've heard that Forefather Tianyu has suggested for you to be the teacher of this star convention. Out of the 5 cosmos gods, 2 are against it, and you barely passed. Your choice doesn't just represent yourself. Instead, it represents the entire Great Void Heaven Temple. The name list was public. Even though some experts could be selfish and shameless, Holy Grounds still cared about their reputation. Being mocked by many cultivators in the dark would be a disgrace to the Great Void Heaven Temple. Many thanks for Heart Imitation Religious Master's good intentions. I've decided. Dongbo Shuaying chuckled. Heart Imitation Religious Master shook his head inwardly. It was rare for him to persuade the other party. He then nodded. All right, then the name list will be decided as such. The name list would definitely be there. Following that, Heart Imitation Religious Master circulated the name list to the various parties. At the same time, he began making arrangements to make the name list public. Chapter 933. Elder Dongbo of the Teachers of the Convention has also submitted his name list. This news rapidly spread amongst the genius cultivators. At that moment, many of them rushed over to the Star Convention. According to the rules of the convention, the moment the 5 teachers of the convention submitted their name lists, the Star Convention would announce the name list of the participants. I hope I'm on the name list. I must be on it. Many genius cultivators entered the venue of the Star Convention and looked in the direction of the Star Pagoda. They were waiting for the final name list to be announced. Many of them were nervous. Should they continue to be mediocre cultivators in the vast sacred world? Or should they ascend to the sky in a single step and enter the holy grounds? Some of them had cultivated for less than 1 trillion years and were qualified to participate in the next Star Convention. As for those who had cultivated for a longer period, they would not have another chance if they missed this opportunity. It was too difficult to step into the primal chaos realm by relying on oneself to temper oneself in danger. How many primal chaos giants did a sacred world have over the long years? Like the 2 great sacred worlds, almost half of the primal chaos giants belonged to the holy grounds. As for the remaining primal chaos giants, some were originally from the holy grounds. It's just that as cosmos gods fell, those holy grounds disappeared, and they could only rely on themselves. Strictly speaking, 70% to 80% of the primal chaos giants were nurtured by cosmos gods. The remaining 20% to 30% had all sorts of fortuitous encounters. Without sufficient fortuitous encounters, it was too difficult to rely on oneself to reach the primal chaos realm. Even if they were adventuring outside, most would not dare to kill disciples from the holy grounds. As for those who did not have any background, many had died. I must enter. I must be on the name list. I must be on it. These genius cultivators looked up in anticipation. They were waiting nervously. Hong. Following that, a grand aura surged. High up in the sky by the side of the Star Pagoda, 5 rows of name lists appeared. At the forefront of every list were the names of the teachers of the convention. For instance, the name list submitted by Dongbo Shuaying was on the 5th row. Elder Dongbo. Swordsman Yun Chun, Xinghua Sunyi Mao Jia. My name. These genius cultivators all raised their heads and looked carefully. High up in the sky, there were the names of the 5 teachers of the convention and the 100 genius cultivators. Every teacher had 20 names. No. Some genius cultivators looked at it in a daze. They did not dare believe it. It's me. There were also those who were chosen who revealed excited expressions. There were also some chosen genius cultivators who saw their names still standing coldly in the sky, but their slightly upturned lips revealed their emotions. There were only a few who were truly excited and happy. The teachers of the convention would choose 100 people. Adding the 100 from the Star Pagoda preliminaries, there would only be a total of 200 people. There were more than 16,000 participants in the Star Convention, and the rest had all failed. I've been chosen by General Hatchet Palace Master. Fu Jun, who was dressed in simple robes, raised his head. His eyes were emitting a dazzling light. He turned his head and looked at the distant red-robed woman. That was his former Dao companion. I didn't expect that Xinghua Sunyi would also be chosen. With his strength and the fact that he was taught by Xinghua Emperor, I'm afraid that many rogue cultivators have higher potential than him. Yet he was actually chosen. When Fu Jun saw Xinghua Sun's name among the huge names in the sky, he could not help but sneer inwardly. Xinghua Sun Yi had seen through his wife's disguise. Fu Jun didn't feel grateful towards Xinghua Sun Yi, but he didn't feel any hatred either. He just didn't want to see Xinghua Sun Yi again. But when he saw the name list, Fu Jun was slightly disdainful. He felt that the other party must have relied on his father's background to enter the name list. It's useless. The path of cultivation depends on oneself. Even if you enter the sacred ground, you still won't have a future. Fu Jun glanced at the distant golden-robed young man and couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore. He didn't want to see his wife and Yen, and he didn't want to see Xinghua Sunyi either. Xinghua Sunyi raised his head and looked at the name in the sky. With a glance, he knew that Dongbua Shuiying had chosen him. Elder Dongbua has acknowledged my potential? Xinghua Sunyi was slightly excited. There's no rush. He said that he wants to see the potential I display in the entire Star Convention. After the Star Convention ends, I might be able to successfully take him as my master. The red-robed Yin raised her head and looked. Without a doubt, she who had an ordinary ranking and cultivated for a long time was not on the name list. But Fu Jun and Xinghua Sunyi, who had a close relationship with her, were on the name list. Fu Jun's potential is indeed extraordinary. Xinghua Sunyi's background is also impressive. Even though his ranking is lower than mine, he was still chosen. It's a pity that I lost to him. Yin sneered. She turned and left the Star Convention. She had lost quite badly this time. The huge names that appeared in the void beside the majestic Star Pagoda could be seen even from far away. General Hatchet Palace Master, who was in his cave dwelling, was drinking scarlet wine by himself. The seemingly weak and skinny General Hatchet Palace Master raised his head and saw the names in the sky beside the Star Pagoda. His gaze landed on the name that Dongbua Shuiying had submitted. Strange. This Dongbua Shuiying doesn't seem like a foolish person. Why did he choose Xinghua's son? To curry favor with Xinghua? General Hatchet Palace Master shook his head slightly. He chose Xinghua Sunyi? Violet Slaughter Island Master also walked out of the palace hall. She raised her head and looked at the names that appeared in the sky. Her face revealed a look of astonishment. Xinghua Emperor shouldn't have forced him, right? If he wants his son to enter the sacred ground, he definitely has other methods. There's no need for him to do it in such an ugly manner. Could it be that Dongbua Shuiying is doing Xinghua Emperor a favor on purpose? Even though Xinghua Emperor had other methods to force his son into the sacred ground, he would need to use a favor to do so. Since Dongbua Shuiying had done so, Xinghua Emperor would have to be indebted to him. In the end, he's only at the Unity Realm. Violet Slaughter Island Master shook her head and curled her lips. She couldn't be bothered with this matter any longer. General Heaven Light was still meditating. When he saw the name list, he merely sneered, laughable. Back then, I guessed that he would embarrass the Great Void Heaven Temple. The cold and evil five-luster serpent ancestor raised his head and looked at the names in the sky, following which, he lowered his head and continued drinking his wine. As Xinghua Sun Yi was completely focused on the Tao of Mirage, Other than asking Dongbua Shuang for pointers, he did not ask the other 4 teachers of the convention for pointers. General Hatchet Palace Master and the other 3 teachers of the convention naturally judged Xing Hua Sun Yi's potential to be beyond the top 5,000. They also felt that Dongbua Shuang was too unsightly. Haha, to be so arrogant in front of me. It turns out that you despise me for giving too little. Ba Yun Palace Master was also staying in a cavern dwelling arranged by Blade Emperor City. It was very close to the Star Tower. He raised his head and sneered. With Xinghua Emperor's identity, he shouldn't be doing this. I reckon that his son, Xinghua Sun Yi, has taken out treasures to bribe Dongbua Shuang. For example, taking out 1 or 2,000 origin world rocks was enough to move the hearts of ordinary primal chaos existences. Dongbua Shuang would definitely be moved. With Xinghua Sun Yi's identity, he could still take it out even if he clenched his teeth. After all, with Xinghua Emperor's identity, he could look down on ordinary primal chaos existences. He could easily kill them. Naturally, the treasures he had far surpassed what Ba Yun Palace Master and the others had. Actually, when they saw this name list, the others were still fine. At most, they felt that Dongbua Shui Ying's table manners were somewhat unsightly, and that he had lost the face of the Great Void Heaven Temple. But the other inquisitive Sky Hall Master, who came from the Great Void Heaven Temple, was truly enraged. Dongbua Shuang, how could he? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master received the name list with slight disbelief. When he saw the names that appeared beside the Star Tower, he looked at it again and again. Behind the name Elder Dongbua, there was indeed Xinghua Sun Yi. How could he do this? Forefather trusted him and thought highly of him, allowing him to become the teacher of this convention and represent our Great Void Heaven Temple. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master had an ugly expression. Even though he did not understand the situation during the selection, he could guess that Forefather Tian, you must have spent quite a lot of effort to allow a Unity Realm expert to become the teacher of the convention. But this is how he repaid Forefather? It is fine if he is shameless, but our Great Void Heaven Temple still has our face. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's expression became uglier. He originally had a good impression of Dongbua Shuang. This was the strongest rising expert among the younger generations of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the others had high expectations of him, and were even thinking of ways to protect him. Knowing that Dongbua Shuang was in danger, he would personally teleport through an ultra-long distance, sending his incarnations to rush over. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the others were looking forward to the day when Dongbua Shuang would break through and become a Hall Master like them. But this time, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was enraged at Dongbua Shuang. Your greatest backing, Dongbua Shuang, is our Great Void Heaven Temple. Why do you need to curry favor with Xinghua Emperor? Isn't our Great Void Heaven Temple 10 or 100 times stronger than Xinghua Emperor? Chapter 934. Shuang returned to his cavern dwelling after leaving Heart Imitation Religious Master's place. Just as he sat down and took out a flask of wine, he had yet to pour it when the protector entered the courtyard reporting, Elder Inquisitive Sky Hall Master seeks an audience. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master? Dongbua Shuang was startled. He immediately stood up and took a few steps before arriving at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master is looking for me. Send a message, and I will rush over. Dongbua Shuang was about to say a few more words, but he noticed that Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's originally black face no longer had a trace of a smile on it. He looked at Dongbua Shuang calmly and coldly before walking inside. Let's talk inside. Dongbua Shuang was slightly startled. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master didn't seem right. Following Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Dongbua Shuang said passionately, the Star Convention's selection of genius cultivators might be simple, but I didn't dare to be negligent. After all, it is an open task, and I have to do it well. Now that the name list has been decided, I am much more relaxed. Just as I took out a flask of wine brewed from the primitive ancient sacred world's wheat maple leaf, before I could drink it, Hall Master came. Hall Master, please accompany me for a few more cups. You are relaxed because you have done it well? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master stopped and turned to look at Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang was stunned. You feel that it is well done? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master asked again. Because the first 4 teachers of the convention submitted the name list first, I cannot repeat it with them. Thus I had to modify it multiple times. But the candidates are all not bad. Dongbua Shuang said. All not bad. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master nodded. Then what do you think of Xinghua Sun Yi? He is very good, very good. He is the best candidate in the name list. Dongbua Shuang saw Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's expression and immediately understood. Haha, Hall Master. Are you angry because I chose Xinghua Sun Yi? Are you worried that I will disregard my reputation and try to please Xinghua Emperor? How can I be that kind of person? Hall Master, you can be at ease. You are not the teacher of the convention, so you should not know how astonishing Xinghua Sun Yi's improvement is in these 1,000 years. Shocking? Inquisitive Sky Palace Master was stunned. He could tell that Dongbua Shuang had a card up his sleeve. His anger turned into doubt. What kind of improvement can he make? He had cultivated for 500 billion years, but this was also the case. He had all the treasures he wanted, and he didn't lack pointers from experts. It's only been 1,000 years. How much progress can there be? This wasn't just the thought of Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. Quite a few primal chaos giants had the same thought after seeing the name list. Cultivation required a gradual accumulation. Even if Dongbua Shuang was talented, after reaching the 5th level of Star Pagoda, he had to slowly accumulate and cultivate for a long time. Even his spirit had reached the My Heart as the World realm before reaching the 6th floor of Star Tower. These genius cultivators had cultivated for at least tens of billions of years, while the longest had cultivated for over 1 trillion years. Such a long period. Just 1,000 years was not worth mentioning. Like Xinghua Sun Yi and those with a background, they had resources and pointers. This 1,000 years would not be enough for them to improve. It was only those loose cultivators who had cultivated for a long period and had accumulated too many perplexities. Now they could obtain pointers from existences like General Hatchet Palace Master. Dongbua Shuang was also the strongest Unity Realm expert in the 2 great sacred worlds, and his guidance was similarly precious. This guidance would dispel many of the perplexities the loose cultivators had, and they would have a sudden improvement in their strength. 1,000 years. Only loose cultivators could have a huge improvement. General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, General Heaven Light, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and others did not think that Xinghua Sun Yi would improve. Improvement required accumulation. Unless Xinghua Sun Yi had many perplexities in the past, without the guidance of apex experts, it's a pity that Xinghua Sun Yi's father was a 9th level Star Pagoda existence. Relying on the relationship of his father, he could easily seek guidance from many primal chaos giants. His cultivation conditions would likely be better than seeking guidance from the 5 teachers of the convention. He has a huge improvement. Dongbua Shuang chuckled. The other 4 teachers of the convention should know about it. General Heaven Light even transmitted a message to me. His words sounded nice, but it was full of ridicule. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master shook his head. If Xinghua Sun Yi has truly improved, he should not have sought guidance from General Heaven Light. Dongbua Shuang was slightly startled. Wait a moment. Dongbua Shuang immediately transmitted a message to Xinghua Emperor. Xinghua Emperor was interested in befriending him, and the 2 naturally left behind their communication imprints. Monarch, has Xinghua Sun Yi sought guidance from the other teachers of the convention? Dongbua Shuang transmitted a question. Haha, Elder Dongbua, I've seen the name list you chose. The other 4 teachers of the convention did not choose my son. You are the only one. I've even asked this brat, and he said that the other 4 teachers do not know the Tao of Mirage, and that there is no need for him to waste his time. Xinghua Emperor transmitted a message over. Indeed, Xinghua Sun Yi was not like those loose cultivators. His horizons were very high, and he did not feel that it was a rare opportunity to seek guidance from the other 4 teachers of the convention. He was even too lazy to do so. He was wholeheartedly focused on the Tao of Mirage, And in the laws and profound mysteries system of the 5 great sacred worlds, the one with the highest attainments in the Tao of Mirage was Dongbo Shuang. The moment Dongbo Shuang relied on the Tao of Mirage to reach the primal chaos realm, he would be the first primal chaos expert in the Tao of Mirage in history. It was no wonder. After all, there were only a total of 20 primal chaos experts in the laws and profound mysteries system. The Tao of Mirage was one of the more obscure Tao paths in the laws and profound mysteries system. Those like the Tao of Slaughter were the most commonly seen. You saved my son. This is a huge favor. Haha, I can't thank you with words. Everything will be remembered in my heart. Xinghua Emperor transmitted over. He did not explain in detail. Since he said this, it was clear that he was extremely grateful to Dongbo Shuang. For the sake of saving his son, he had even sought guidance from several cosmos gods. Now that his son was working hard once again, Xinghua Emperor was naturally happy. Furthermore, his son had said that he wanted to take Dongbo Shuang as his teacher. In the future, his relationship with Dongbo Shuang would naturally become closer. After Dongbo Shuang finished transmitting with Xinghua Emperor, he said to Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, "I've asked Xinghua Emperor about it. And it seems that this brat Xinghua Sun has only sought guidance from me. He has not sought guidance from the other 4 teachers of the convention. Has he really improved greatly?" Inquisitive Sky Hall Master could not help but ask. Really? Unless I'm lying about this? In the public battle 10,000 years later, Xinghua Sun will have to fight too. If I were to lie, wouldn't I be exposed? Dongbo Shuang chuckled. But why would he? He hasn't improved much over the past 500 billion years. How could he improve so much in such a short period? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master felt puzzled too. Dongbo Shuang hesitated for a moment. Heartache, it was a disgraceful matter. Xinghua Emperor had asked him for help previously, and asked him to keep it a secret, and not leak it out. After all, he had become Tao companions with a girl from the illusory realm, and he ended up feeling heartache. That was indeed disgraceful. In the intelligence he had previously obtained, there were no records of Xinghua Sun feeling heartache. Unquestionably, even though Xinghua Emperor had sought help from several primal chaos giants and cosmos gods who specialized in the illusory realm, he had definitely asked them to keep it a secret. What identity did they have? It was unlikely for them to spread this matter out. There are some minor reasons. Dongbo Shuang did not explain in detail. He chuckled. But currently, he has indeed improved greatly. How about this? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master can check the scene from a few decades ago, when he came to ask for my help. Oh, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master nodded. Even though Dongbo Shuang said it sincerely, and it did not seem fake since there was no need to lie at this point, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master still did not dare believe it. With Xinghua Sun Yi's background and identity, how could he improve so much in just 1,000 years, if he only had that little bit of strength after 500 billion years? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master's eyes looked ahead. A dim light shot out from his eyes, causing the scene ahead to distort. Shua. Very soon, the scene reversed to a few decades ago, when Xinghua Sun asked for help from Dongbo Shuang. Seeing that scene, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master revealed a look of shock and disbelief. Tao of Mirage? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was startled. He actually pushed the Tao of Mirage to the Unity Realm? And this strength is at the 4th level Star Pagoda strength? Dongbo Shuang chuckled and nodded. Over 900 years, with the help of Xinghua Emperor, Xinghua Sun cultivated in the Time Pagoda, in Blade Emperor City, that was 10,000 times faster than normal. Even though cultivating at the Unity Realm would require around 200,000 origin world rocks for 100 million years, and even cosmos gods would not be so extravagant. But because it was just a short 1,000 years, it would only require 2 origin world rocks at a time 10,000 times faster than normal. Cultivating for more than 9 million years, with the best cultivation conditions, treasures that aided in cultivation, in addition to his own accumulations, and the fact that he could ask for help from Dongbo Shuang, Xinghua Sun had indeed reached the Unity Realm in the Tao of Mirage. That time, after Dongbo Shuang reached the Unity Realm in the Tao of Mirage, He soon grasped the dark bubble and directly reached the 5th level star pagoda strength. But, even though Xing Huasun was formidable, it was clear that his talent in the Tao of Mirage was slightly weaker than Dongbo Shuiying. But he had grasped the second style of the absolute art created by Dongbo Shuiying, the Mirage Annihilation. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master watched as the scene of Xing Huasun asking for help from Dongbo Shuiying appeared in front of him. The more he watched, the happier he became. If I remember correctly, there was only a single person who got through the 4th level star pagoda during the preliminary selections. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master said. And now, Xing Huasun has such strength. In other words, his strength should be ranked in the top 3. Dongbo Shuiying nodded with a smile. I've said before that he is the best in the name list. Since he did not ask for help from the other 4 teachers of the convention, then it is likely that there will be some ugly rumors spreading in the outside world. Why don't you tell the other 4 teachers of the convention? You must not tell them. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master shook his head. He said delightedly, General Tian Guang has deliberately transmitted a message to me with sarcasm. Humph, so be it if it's a rumor. Just let them spread it. Just 10,000 years later, the final battle will be held publicly. By then, Xing Huasun will be incomparably dazzling. I am looking forward to seeing their shocked expressions. Furthermore, by then, all the cultivators paying attention to the Star Convention will know that the teachers of the convention sent by the holy ground of the laws and profound mysteries lineage, the Great Void Heaven Temple, are the ones with the highest standards when it comes to selecting talented cultivators. Chapter 935. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was not willing to inform the other 4 teachers of the convention, and Dongbo Shuiying naturally did not object. Even though there would be some rumors, firstly, it was a short period of time, and secondly, there were few who felt that it was unfair for Dongbo Shuiying to choose Xing Huasun. The genius cultivators participating in the convention were very concerned. They would gather information, and they would understand that Xing Huasun was the son of Xing Hua Emperor. He had cultivated for 500 billion years, yet his star pagoda ranking was merely in the 3,600s. They would feel that it was unfair. And some of the higher-ups of the 6 great holy grounds would also know about it. As for the ordinary cultivators, they did not have detailed information on Xing Huasun. They might even think that Xing Huasun was a loose cultivator. Hence, they felt that Dongbo Shuiying's actions were unsightly. It was mainly a portion of the 16,000 genius cultivators participating in the convention, and a portion of the members of the 6 great holy grounds. The Star Pagoda preliminaries would select 100, and the teachers of the convention would select 100. After these 200 were selected, they would be qualified to enter the Pagoda of Time in Blade Emperor City and undergo 100-time acceleration cultivation. In reality, it was 1,000,000 years of cultivation. Furthermore, they could casually read through a large number of scriptures, and these were the more fundamental scriptures provided by the 6 great holy grounds. Because these 200 would eventually enter the 6 great holy grounds, and the 6 great holy grounds would be able to exchange their fundamental scriptures. Other than that, they would also provide some precious treasures, 1,000,000 years, countless scriptures, and being able to seek guidance from the teachers of the convention. This 1,000,000 years was simply a dream for many loose cultivators. If loose cultivators wanted to obtain a formidable absolute art, they would have to stake their lives, and even rely on luck before they could obtain it. But now a large number of absolute arts were placed in front of them. Xing Huasun had to obediently follow the rules. Under the arrangements of the convention, he would undergo 100-time acceleration cultivation, like the other chosen cultivators. On this day, Dongbo Shuiying looked at the rising sun. It has been 10,000 years. Today is the day that this group of young fellows will battle. To him, 10,000 years was truly a short period of time. If it weren't for the occasional genius cultivators who came to ask for guidance, if he really calmed his heart and cultivated, 10,000 years would feel like a mere moment after some deduction and comprehension. South, after leaving the cave, Dongbo Shuiying streaked across the sky. Inquisitive Sky Palace Master also flew over from afar. Dongbua. Naturally, they will become core members of the holy ground and receive nurturing. Now the first group will begin. Heart imitation religious master's voice was gentle, yet it caused all the spectators to turn silent. Their gazes landed on a battle platform that was 50,000 kilometers long. At this moment, many figures flew onto the battle platform. There were a total of 40 of them. This was the first group. During the arrangement of the battles, Heart Imitation Religious Master was in charge of arranging it. He would split some of the more powerful genius cultivators into 5 groups. Even so, there would still be 2 victors in each group. Furthermore, even if there were some extremely talented cultivators in a group, the other 200 would have to challenge the Star Pagoda. The teachers of the convention would then select another 5. Regardless, the purpose of the Star Convention was to select the 10 best genius cultivators. Hua. The 40 genius cultivators engaged in a chaotic battle on the battle platform. Some were blasted out of the platform, while others activated their survival treasures. Every one of them temporarily obtained a survival treasure that could be activated instantly. But the moment they activated their survival treasure, it would signify their defeat. They would have to obediently leave the battle platform. Being blasted out of the platform would signify their defeat, and the final 2 remaining on the platform would be the victors. Almost a breath of time later, there were only 8 genius cultivators left. The rest had been eliminated. Another 2 breaths of time later, there were only 3 genius cultivators left. The black cloud rumbled on the body of a genius cultivator, causing him to spurt out blood and fly out of the platform. After he flew out, he stared at the tall and big young man on the platform thinking, Songqiong Tianyun, you are ruthless. The first group included Songqiong Tianyun. He was the only 4th-level Star Pagoda expert in the Star Pagoda selections, and he had a clear advantage over the others. Previously, Songqiong Tianyun was the strongest of the 3 remaining cultivators, and the other 2 were comparable in strength. This cultivator who was blasted out of the platform even transmitted a message to Songqiong Tianyun, asking for his help, and he would definitely reward him with 10 Origin World Rocks. Who would have thought? Songqiong Tianyun directly blasted him down. Songqiong Tianyun is really formidable. He has a huge advantage. He is unquestionably the strongest cultivator in the first group. Even though the battle was fast, the spectators could see Songqiong Tianyun's strength. Second group. Third group. The selection of the groups was quick. Soon it was time for the third group. The 40 cultivators of the third group flew up the battle platform. Amongst them was the golden-robed young man Xing Huasuni. Just based on his appearance and temperament, Xing Huasuni was relatively eye-catching. Xing Huasuni is up. Look, in a while he is going to be exposed. The genius cultivators who were not selected felt that it was unfair. They wanted to embarrass that unfair teacher of the convention, Dongbua Shuang. If the person he selected, Xing Huasuni, were to lose miserably, it would naturally prove that he had no foresight and was unfair. It was not just the spectators below. Even the primal chaos giants on the high platform were paying close attention. They came to watch the convention, and had naturally heard of some rumors. Some of them could not help but glance at Dongbua Shuang, who was seated at the furthest corner of the 5 teachers of the convention. Dongbua Shuang sat there calmly, watching the battle that was about to begin on the enormous battle platform. General Heaven Light glanced at Dongbua Shuang with the corner of his eyes, before continuing to watch the battle that was about to begin. The battle immediately erupted. The golden-robed young man Xing Huasuni suddenly erupted with a layer of white light. This white illusory light enveloped the other 39 genius cultivators on the battle platform. This was none other than Xing Huasuni's ancient cultivation illusory realm. Having reached such a realm in the Tao of Mirage, and having grasped the illusory mirage annihilation, created by Dongbua Shuang, his original ancient cultivation illusory realm had naturally reached a brand new level. The terrifying illusory realm power caused close to half a day of cultivators present to fall into it. There were a few who struggled to stay awake, and only a few who remained completely awake. At the same time when he unleashed his illusory realm, Xing Huasuni waved his hand. Hong! The fiery light abruptly charged against the bodies of the surrounding genius cultivators. His Tao of Mirage was at the 4th level Star Pagoda strength, and his bloodline cultivation did not improve by much, though it was still at the 3rd level strength. Currently, under the group attack, those who had fallen into the illusory realm, or were struggling to stay awake, could hardly resist. The fiery impact swept out, blasting many genius cultivators out of the battle platform. Only 8 of them were still able to resist. They were relatively strong, and their cultivation hearts were formidable too. But the 8 of them were looking at Xing Huasuni with slight shock and disbelief. Not just them. Those genius cultivators below the platform who wanted to see Xing Huasuni expose himself, and wanted to prove that the teacher of the convention, Dongbua Shuiying, was unfair, had their mouths wide open. This was the strength of someone ranked 3,600th in the Star Pagoda preliminary selection? Why did it feel that he was even more tyrannical than the first-ranked Song Qiong Tianyuan? And on the high platform, many primal chaos giants were shocked. Some could not help but look at that white-robed young man. Congratulations, Xinghua Emperor. Congratulations. Some primal chaos giants began conversing with Xinghua Emperor. They had good foresight. Controlling the illusory realm was definitely his own strength. It was impossible for it to be an external force. And over at the side of the 5 teachers of the convention, General Hatchet Palace Master glanced at the leftmost Dongbua Shuiying with interest. He revealed a grin and thought, interesting. In just 10,000 years, Xing Huasuni has actually improved so much. And it is an illusory realm too? Dongbua Shuiying is also famous for his illusory realm. Elder Dongbua. Violet Slaughter Island Master's smile was absolutely beautiful. It was filled with a shocking allure. Truly formidable, truly formidable. No wonder you chose this Xing Huasuni. In my opinion, he might be stronger than Song Qiong Tianyuan. Dongbua Shuiying said instead. The illusory realm specializes in group attacks. As for who is stronger between this brat Sun Yi and Song Qiong Tianyuan, we can only know during the final battle. Chapter 936. I am curious. General Hatchet Palace Master turned around and chuckled. Xing Huasuni has cultivated for 500 billion years in the past. Yet his illusory realm has become so formidable. Unless Xinghua could not find a good teacher for his son after so many years, his comprehension ability must be high for him to improve so much in such a short period. But with such a high comprehension ability, even if he does not have a good teacher, he should not be as weak as he was in the beginning. Elder Dongbo, can you dispel my doubts? Haha. By the side, Xinghua Emperor chuckled. General Hatchet, I can only say that Elder Dongbo is indeed the cultivator with the greatest attainment in the laws and profound mysteries system in the Tao of Mirage. His understanding of the illusory realm is amazing. Under his guidance, my son's understanding of the illusory realm has improved by leaps and bounds. I am very grateful to Elder Dongbo for digging out the potential of my son in the illusory realm. Haha, I have made the right choice in coming to this star convention. General Hatchet Palace Master was clearly asking Dongbua Shuiying, yet Xinghua Emperor took the initiative to interrupt. But the other primal chaos giants present were echoing along. What a joke! Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Hatchet Palace Master, Xinghua Emperor. They were the 3 strongest existences present. They stood at the pinnacle of the primal chaos realm. They killed experts from the 7th floor of Star Tower in an instant. Killing those at the 8th level of Star Tower was an absolute suppression. Most could eliminate them with a few more moves. Their statuses were equivalent to the Unity Realm experts from the 7th floor of Star Tower. Hence, even the prideful General Heaven Light and the others revealed a smile, even if they did not say anything. This Unity Realm brat actually made Xinghua Emperor protect and be grateful to him. General Heaven Light sat by the side of Dongbua Shuiying. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. He could sense that Xinghua Emperor was truly grateful to Dongbua Shuiying. He could also feel the boundless joy of Xinghua Emperor. Could it be that Xinghua Sunyi's potential has really been unearthed by Dongbua Shuang? General Heaven Light was in slight disbelief. Since Xinghua Emperor had already said it, what could General Tianguang do if he didn't believe it? In the world of cultivators, respect for the strong had long been ingrained in their bones. Other than Dongbua Shuang, who was a Unity Realm expert, the others were all at the Primal Chaos Realm. From this, one could see how ordinary it was. Actually, it was normal. Primal Chaos giants could reach the 7th floor of Star Tower, as long as they had sufficient accumulations. And in the Primal Chaos void of the 5 great sacred worlds, there was no Unity Realm expert on the 7th floor of Star Tower in this era. Primal Chaos Realm experts were naturally looking down on Unity Realm experts from a high position. Any incarnation they casually sent would be at the 5th or 6th level Star Pagoda strength, and could easily slaughter a large group of Unity Realm experts. Originally, they looked down on Dongbua Shuang in terms of strength. But after that, Dongbua Shuang actually disregarded his face and chose Xinghua Sunyi. It made them look down on him even more. But now, it was a complete reversal. Firstly, Xinghua Sunyi's strength was so terrifying. More importantly, he was very weak during the preliminary selections. Clearly, he had improved greatly within a short period. And the other 4 teachers of the convention did not choose him. Clearly, they did not know how frightening Xinghua Sunyi's improvement was. If they knew, General Hatchet Palace Master and the others would definitely choose him. Only Dongbua Shuang knew and chose him. And it was an illusory realm. Even though they did not know how Dongbua Shuang did it, and how did he make Xinghua Sunyi so formidable, it made them admire this Unity Realm teacher of the convention even more. Secondly, and also the most important, they could feel that Xinghua Emperor was very grateful and protective of Dongbua Shuang. Just this point alone made it so that they could not look down on Dongbua Shuang. The selection of the 5 groups ended very quickly. 2 cultivators were chosen for each group, for a total of 10. These 10 genius cultivators began fighting one-on-one. Each of them had to fight 9 battles, and the top 5 would be decided based on the final battle results. Until now, battles were very important. The top 200 of the Star Convention's preliminaries would not be considered a core, even if they joined the 6 great sacred grounds. At most, they would receive the most ordinary treatment. And the final 10 who joined the 6 great sacred grounds would become the core, and they would be nurtured with all their might. Boom! The shockwaves of the battle reverberated across the 100,000 Li battle stage. Songqiong Tianyun victory. Each of them had 9 battles, for a total of 45 battles. These battles were much more interesting. All of them had extremely high comprehension abilities, and many of their techniques were rather ingenious. This made the countless cultivators watching the battle below very excited. Xinghua Sunyi victory. Xinghua Sunyi stood on the battle stage. He did not move at all. He had already fought 5 battles. His battles were the most dazzling, because in every battle, he would stand on the same spot without moving. Usually, he would use his illusory realm first. Even if one could resist against the illusory realm, the opponent's strength would drop by a lot. Secondly, he would use the world prison. Usually a total of 6 layers of the world prison would descend. Layers of the world prison would wrap around the enemy. Usually, the enemy would not be able to struggle after being bound, and would be chased out of the battle stage. He had won 5 consecutive battles so easily. What a terrifying illusory realm. His binding technique is truly terrifying. Even 3rd-level Star Pagoda experts can't struggle free after being bound. The more than 10,000 talented cultivators who failed to be selected were all exclaiming in admiration. 10,000 years ago, he was just at the 2nd-level Star Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, he has become so powerful. Elder Dongbo is so amazing in guiding his disciples. The talented cultivators who failed to be selected previously felt that Dongbua Shuang was unfair. But now, they felt that the other party was too amazing in guiding his disciples. I've gone to seek guidance before, but why didn't I improve by much? Who asked you not to cultivate in the illusory realm? Right, Elder Dongbo might specialize in the illusory realm. We aren't experts in the illusory realm either. You are also the sons of Xinghua Emperor. With Elder Dongbo guiding you, Why would he do his best? Many cultivators were discussing among themselves. Envy, jealousy, but no matter what, they acknowledged Elder Dongbo's foresight and ability to guide his disciples. Xing Huasuni finally moved. When facing a void creature called Kong Yong, he had to execute the second style of the absolute art Mirage Annihilation, created by Dongbo Shui, the Mirage Annihilation. He was even forced to execute 3 Mirage Annihilation at the same time, before he could heavily injure Kong Yong, forcing him to admit defeat. 45 battles were being fought continuously. Finally, it was the final battle. Those in charge of arranging the battles of the Star Convention had deliberately placed the battle between Song Qiong Tianyin and Xing Huasun as the final battle. The two of them had won all 8 battles previously. Whoever won this battle would have won all 9 battles, and would unquestionably become the strongest expert in this Star Convention. Actually, the two of them would definitely be ranked in the top 5, and would be nurtured as the core disciples. But the two of them were filled with fighting spirit. Song Qiong Tianyin stood there. His body was majestic, and rolling black clouds surrounded his body. Clearly, his fleshy body was incredibly strong. The young-looking Xing Huasun stood at the other end of the battle stage. His aura was reserved, and he seemed like an ordinary youth without any threat. But suddenly, a faint white light erupted from his body. This faint white light instantly enveloped the entire battle stage. It has begun. Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Hatchet Palace Master, Xinghua Emperor, Heaven Light Religious Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, Dongbo Shui, and the others were all carefully watching the battle from the high platform. They might not care much about the previous battles, but this battle was the most important battle of the entire Star Convention. Chapter 937. In this battle, Song Qiong Tianyin and Xing Huasun had both sunk into a bitter battle. In the previous 8 battles, the two of them had never been so strenuous. Song Qiong Tianyin's body was tyrannical, and it was rare amongst those at the same level. His close combat attacks were similarly fierce and ruthless. After being guided by General Hatchet Palace Master and the other teachers of the convention, his body and close combat attacks were comparable to those at the 5th level Star Pagoda. But he had an obvious weakness too, and that was that his movement technique was too weak. In his previous battles, many talented cultivators could surpass him in terms of movement technique speed. But because his weakness was too obvious, his overall strength could only be considered at the peak of the 4th level Star Pagoda standard. When dealing with other opponents, Song Qiong Tianyin was also very simple, directly attacking from a distance. With a single punch, even if it was a long-range attack, it was enough to defeat his opponent. Unfortunately, it was useless against Xing Huasun. Xing Huasun's ancient cultivator illusory realm was extremely extraordinary. Even though Song Qiong Tianyin was able to resist against it, he was always distracted, and his strength was affected. The most important thing was the bubble shadow destruction. Its destructive power was extremely strong, and 3 consecutive bubbles stacked together was enough to damage Song Qiong Tianyin's life force. One by one, the bubbles enveloped Song Qiong Tianyin. Song Qiong Tianyin furiously tried to break them apart, but each time he did, the bubbles would also damage him. Most importantly, Bubble Shadow also had a binding effect. His long-range attacks couldn't break the bubble, and he couldn't get close to Xing Huasun either. As a result, he could only waste his time. Break, break! Song Qiong Tianyin roared furiously as he frantically attacked the bubbles that were trying to restrain him. The world bubbles were unending, causing Song Qiong Tianyin to feel very uncomfortable. Occasionally, he would rush out and attack Xing Huasun with his arms expanding, and a new bubble would descend. Xing Huasun was also very careful. Under the berserk state, Song Qiong Tianyin's attacks were too ferocious. With just one move, Song Qiong Tian would have to activate his protective treasure and lose. His body is too strong. Xing Huasun also felt that it was very strenuous. Bubble Annihilation was his strongest move, and he could only unleash 3 world bubbles at the same time with his full strength. And with this, he could barely injure his opponent. The strength of his body was simply too heaven-defying. In this battle, Xinghua Sun Yi had been very careful and did not let Song Qiong Tianyun get close to him. On the other hand, Song Qiong Tianyun was like a peerless beast. He did not dare to become too big, as the bigger his body was, the weaker his defense would be. Maintaining a normal size was the best defense. From time to time, his arms would expand as he prepared to launch a sneak attack. A full 10 minutes passed. As Song Qiong Tianyun's life force continued to deplete, he finally admitted defeat unwillingly. I lost, Song Qiong Tianyun thought to himself. In the future, I must think of a way to increase the speed of my movement technique. In the past, he had spent all his energy on the 12 calamities universe body that he had obtained through a fortuitous encounter. This was the ultimate skill of the strongest warrior system. The goal of this ultimate skill was to pursue an indestructible body with an extremely strong defense. The more extreme the pursuit of an extremely strong body's defense, the more powerful the attack would be. However, the speed of the movement technique would become very weak. This was the weakness of this technique. General Hatchet Palace Lord, General Tianguang, and Elder Dongbua have all said that cultivating in other systems can make up for this weakness. Song Qiong Tianyun thought 10,000 years was too short, and he required a longer period to cultivate. He believed that as long as he could make up for this weakness, he would be able to reach the 5th level of Star Pagoda strength. Song Qiong Tianyun, who would have thought that your body is so formidable? Admirable. Xinghua Sun Yi was indeed admirable. His father, Xinghua Emperor, other than being famous for his flames, had a strong body even amongst those at the 9th level Star Pagoda strength. Hence, Xinghua Sun Yi cultivated in the bloodline cultivation system, and his body was considered relatively strong. But compared to Song Qiong Tianyun, he was far weaker. He knew that Song Qiong Tianyun definitely had an amazing absolute art, but so what? He, Xinghua Sun Yi, could easily obtain many absolute arts. The core members of the Holy Grounds could obtain Cosmos-ranked absolute arts, but so what? Ultimately, the cultivators had to cultivate it themselves. I admire you more. You have improved so much in just a short 10,000 years. I accept my loss wholeheartedly, Song Qiong Tianyun said. Even though Xinghua Sun Yi and Song Qiong Tianyun, the two most dazzling genius cultivators of the Star Convention, were conversing and walking down the battle platform. But on the high platform, the primal chaos giants could not help but look at that white-robed young man, seated at the edge of the seats of the 5 teachers of the convention. They knew that in this Star Convention, the name of Dongbua Shuang would definitely spread amongst the many primal chaos giants. Because his performance was truly dazzling. There were even many mysteries. Xinghua Sun Yi, with that background, Dongbua Shuang was actually able to help him improve so much in just a short 10,000 years. From being ranked 3,600th in the Star Pagoda preliminaries, to becoming the champion in the final decisive battle. Unfathomable. Dongbua Shuang. A cold voice came from the side. Dongbua Shuang looked over. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, who was standing not far away, still had a cold expression. Only his gaze towards Dongbua Shuang had changed slightly. Congratulations. The Xinghua Sun Yi you chose has become the champion this time. It's because his comprehension ability is high. Dongbua Shuang immediately chuckled. He understood that with the personality of 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, it was rare for him to take the initiative to congratulate someone. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor finished speaking before turning his head downwards. The 200 genius cultivators were all recovering their strength. Some who were heavily injured were even being treated by the experts arranged by the Star Pagoda Convention. Very soon, they were all heading towards the Star Pagoda, taking the initiative to challenge the Star Pagoda. Their performance in the decisive battle, their performance in challenging the Star Pagoda twice, and also their performance in seeking guidance from the teachers of the convention in the next 10,000 years. According to many factors, the 5 teachers of the convention would choose another 5 cultivators. Together with the top 5 in the final battle, there would be a total of 10 cultivators. They could choose any holy ground to join and become a core member, receiving full nurturing. With just 200 cultivators, it was very fast for them to challenge the Star Pagoda. There were a total of 3 who reached the 4th level Star Pagoda this time. Xinghua Sun Yi, Songqiong Tianyan, and Kongyong. There were 169 at the 3rd level Star Pagoda, and the remaining 28 were at the 2nd level Star Pagoda. Dongbua, make your preparations. 10,000 years later, all of you will have to preach the Tao publicly. Everyone stood up and left. Xinghua Emperor, Dongbua Shuiying, and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master flew side by side. Amen. Dongbua Shuiying felt relatively relaxed. In the next 10,000 years, they could just choose one more person. Even though this quota was important, the difficulty wasn't too big. By then, they would conduct a public Tao lecture with the other 4 teachers of the convention. It was also a huge opportunity for the weaker cultivators. After the Tao lecture, the convention would officially end. At least this convention did not disgrace my great void heaven temple. Dongbua Shuiying thought. He had a grin on his face. The Star Convention had reached its later stages. Great Void Heaven Temple's Dongbua Shuiying was also being mentioned by many primal chaos giants. And at this moment, an event that could shake the entire 5 great sacred worlds of the primal chaos void happened in the Myriad Ancient Sacred World. Myriad Ancient Sacred World, there was a courtyard deep in the mountains. Wang, a low ripple was emitted from within the courtyard. It seemed unremarkable, but the courtyard silently turned into ruins. Some of the surrounding mountains, rocks, and plants similarly withered. The disturbance was small, but it represented that the power was being restrained. The silver-haired golden-horned man, Gu Qi, stood within the courtyard that had turned into ruins. His body seemed to have split into more than 100 pieces. These pieces had already fused together to form a human figure. It's just that there was a black light emitting from the cracks on his body. This black light was constantly spreading in all directions. Furthermore, there was a clear hole in his chest. Gu Qi held onto the hole in his chest. He was staring straight ahead. A figure was standing in front of him. As he stood there, the space around him became quiet and docile. The surrounding world had completely submitted to him. Even though the Myriad Ancient Sacred World was jointly created by Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu, the Myriad Ancient Sacred World was a world that had been created by both Wu Zhu and Jie Zhu. But as long as he was here, the surrounding world would submit to him. His skin was white, and the contours of his face were gentle. Even though he wasn't absolutely beautiful, any handsome male or beautiful female would pale in comparison to him. His appearance seemed to contain part of the supreme law of the primal chaos void. Looking at his appearance was akin to looking at the supreme law. Even cosmos gods could not help but feel like children looking at their parents. There was a gentle smile on his face, and his eyes were also very sincere. A husband who had become Tao companions for life and death could only look at his wife with such sincerity. Saint Lord. Gu Dai opened his mouth with difficulty. His voice was hoarse, and there was a faint black light in his throat. In order to kill me, you really put in a lot of effort. I'm only letting you return to the primal chaos. Saint Lord was gentle and sincere. Those who obstruct me will return to the primal chaos, and those who obey me will submit to me. In the future, when I control the entire primal chaos void, I'll summon you out once again. You will also be incomparably loyal to me. By then, the entire primal chaos void will be like a family, and everything will be peaceful. How good is that? Saint Lord walked over. He extended his hand. His palm was white and gentle. He caressed Gu Dai's face. I don't have any killing intent towards you, nor do I have any hatred towards you. It's just that you have obstructed me, and I can only temporarily let you return to the primal chaos. Go just like sleeping. When I summon you, you will wake up. Gu Dai wanted to retreat, but the black light had already enveloped his entire body. His body was starting to solidify, and he could not move at all. Even his mouth could not move. Summon me? Just you, and you want to control the entire primal chaos void? Gu Dai controlled the void to emit a voice. His skin had already started turning into a black jade stone. His eyes were staring at Saint Lord in front of him. Nobody can obstruct me. You will see that day. By then, you will also be my child. Saint Lord turned around. and looked to the distance. A figure had already appeared in the distance. Wuxia stood there with black chains surrounding his body. Clearly, he was extremely vigilant as he stared at Saint Lord in the distance. Nobody can obstruct me from doing what I want to do. You can't obstruct me either. Saint Lord looked at Wuxia. Although I can't bear to obstruct you, I can only temporarily let you return to the primal chaos. Saint Lord smiled. He disappeared from the myriad ancient sacred world just like that, as though he had never appeared. Wuxia's expression was very ugly. He turned his head and looked at Gu Dai, who had turned into a black jade stone statue. He sighed. Gu Dai, I wasn't able to protect you. Gu Dai, who had turned into a jade stone statue, his soul was also solidifying. His thoughts were rapidly slowing down. Fortunately, I have a disciple. It's just that my disciple, I haven't had the time to see you. Gu Dai's thoughts were getting slower and slower. In the end, it completely stopped. The black jade stone statue no longer had any fluctuations. It was as though it was absolutely dead. It stood there silently and looked into the distance. Gu Dai was ultimately killed by Saint Lord. Wuxia first transmitted the news to Gu Dai's teacher, Void Primogenitor. Void Primogenitor was completely stunned when he heard the news. He sat by himself for a very long time. He only felt heartache and self-blame. His heartache was because he could not forget the time he spent teaching Gu Dai. That carefree disciple was also his most outstanding disciple. Self-blame was because he was too weak and could not protect his disciple. Closely following that, the news naturally spread across many Final Realm existences. All Final Realm existences knew about it. Even though Wuxia obstructed him, Sacred Master still killed another Cosmos God. This time, the Cosmos God who fell was called Gu Dai. Chapter 938. Within the Blade Emperor City, Dongbua Xueying was still guiding the talented cultivators who came to seek his guidance. The Unity Realm, as the name suggests, is to fuse everything into one, turning into one. This one is the pinnacle. It is like the extreme point, the origin. What you need to do now, in simpler words, is to walk towards the extreme. Dongbua Xueying looked at the scaled-tailed female cultivator in front of him and chuckled. Don't think about surpassing the pinnacle. Your current realm is still too low, so don't bite off more than you can chew. First, pursue the pinnacle. You have to reach the 5th level Star Pagoda strength before you are qualified to surpass the pinnacle. Dongbua Xueying explained. He then casually demonstrated. You see, your techniques can be displayed to the pinnacle. For instance, this. The eyes of this female cultivator brightened as she watched. She was ranked in the top 100 during the preliminary selections. She had never sought guidance from Dongbua Xueying, since she felt that a Unity Realm expert was not worth it. And after seeing Xinghua Sun Yi's performance, she came to seek guidance from him. She discovered that Dongbua Xueying's guidance on the slaughter aspect might be simple, but it pointed to the essence. The more profound a cultivator was, the more concise and direct his guidance would be. Dongbua, hurry up and come out. A voice sounded by the ears of Dongbua Xueying. Dongbua Xueying was stunned. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master? Let's stop here for now. I still have something to do, and will be leaving first. Dongbua Xueying stood up. Yes. The female cultivator did not dare to say much. She obediently acknowledged. Dongbua Xueying then immediately walked out of the cavern dwelling. Outside the cavern dwelling, Dongbua Xueying saw Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master transmitted. Go, old ancestor has asked you to hurry back to the Great Void Heaven Temple. I will bring you over now. So urgent? Dongbua Xueying was startled. This was still the Star Convention. Go. Dongbua Xueying followed them obediently. He had a lot of time to guide those genius cultivators. After all, there were only 200 people who passed the preliminaries, and it would be a long time before one of them came to him for guidance. The two of them left the Saber Imperial City and followed the Inquisitive Sky Hall Master through an ultra-long distance teleportation. They arrived at the Great Void Heaven Temple directly. Great Void Heaven Temple. In Forefather Tian Yu's residence, he summoned Dongbua Xueying alone. How strange. The Star Convention hasn't ended yet you've summoned me back? Dongbui Shuiying was puzzled as he walked into the courtyard of Forefather Tianyu's residence. Along the way, none of the attendants stopped him. Soon he arrived at a towering tree. The hunchbacked old man, Forefather Tianyu, was sitting cross-legged under the tree. Old ancestor. Dongbui Shuiying bowed respectfully. Forefather Tianyu looked at Dongbui Shuiying. After a moment of silence, he said, "There's something I need to tell you. Your master Gu Qi is already dead." Dongbui Shuiying was startled as he stood there blankly. His mind was in a state of shock. His master Gu Qi is dead? How? Dongbui Shuiying couldn't help but want to ask. He was killed by the sacred master. I believe that very soon, the upper echelons of the various sacred lands will spread this news. Forefather Tianyu said. At this moment, countless distracting thoughts appeared in Dongbui Shuiying's mind. In terms of feelings back then, when his father, mother, younger brother, Uncle Zong, and Uncle Tong died, that was truly painful. Back then, when his wife, Jingqiu's soul was on the verge of dissipating, he felt that the entire world had lost its color. In his heart, Dongbui Shuiying's feelings towards his master, whom he had never truly met or had a proper conversation with, were much weaker. But he still respected this master a lot. Strictly speaking, the only time he truly chatted with his master Gu Qi was when he inherited the inheritance in his hometown Cosmos. That time, the incarnation of his master remained there. At that time, the incomparably huge incarnation of the Cosmos God spoke a whole bunch of things. Who would have thought that I, Gu Qi, would actually have a disciple? The feeling of having a disciple is really weird. This is also my first time accepting a disciple, and I don't know how to teach a disciple. Until now, you haven't even greeted me as your master, right? Even though I didn't teach you much, and the walker's hidden secret wasn't created by me, I have still imparted the Tao to you. I have also imparted a protective treasure to you. That time, the huge incarnation of the Cosmos God looked at his disciple. Disciple Dongbui Shuiying greets master. Dongbui Shuiying acknowledged him as his master. The huge incarnation of the Cosmos God laughed at that time. Hence, on the path of cultivation, Dongbui Shuiying had an additional master called Gu Qi. He had never seen his true body before. And Gu Qi finally had a disciple. He was also his only disciple. Previously, when he fought with Lei Yan, his name had spread across the 5 great sacred worlds. His teacher Gu Qi knew about it too. He even knew that Shuiying cultivated both the Imperial Dragon inheritance and Cinnabar inheritance through the scenes of the battle. He had even sent over the materials required to cultivate these 2 inheritances. That time, he only left behind a recording. Haha, the only disciple of I, Gu Qi, is so formidable. I really wish to flaunt it in front of the other old fellows. It's a pity that you are my disciple, and this matter has to be kept a secret. It isn't suitable for me to meet you. Once this trouble is over, we, teacher and disciple, will meet again and drink a few cups of wine. Cultivate properly and don't slack off. Alright, I won't say any more. That recording was simple. Dongbui Shuiying had once thought that when he became stronger, and when there was no longer a need to keep his identity as Gu Qi's disciple a secret, he would pay a visit to his teacher and have a good chat with him. Dongbui Shuiying stood there. He felt terrible in his heart. He could feel that his teacher Gu Qi was truly concerned about him. He was even afraid that Dongbui Shuiying would be implicated, and had kept their teacher-disciple relationship a secret. This world was vast and boundless, but how many of them truly loved him from the bottom of their hearts, and treated him as a relative? But now, one of them was gone. AI. Forefather Tianyu sighed too. Cosmos gods. Since the primitive ancient sacred world until now, only a few cosmos gods had emerged. Even though some had died, the fall of every single cosmos god was a world-shaking event. Forefather Tianyu might be stronger than Gu Qi, but he was merely at the 3rd level. Over a long period, the two were good friends. Now that Gu Qi had died, he felt sorrowful. Wang. Forefather Tianyu flipped his hand, causing a piece of golden square seal to appear. Dongbui Shuiying. Forefather Tianyu said. Your teacher should know that he has truly offended Sacred Master. Given the temperament of Sacred Master, it is impossible for him to let this matter rest. Even though he was thinking of ways to preserve his life, it would be hard for him to survive if Sacred Master went crazy. Thus, he left all his treasures with his teacher, Void Primogenitor. Even if he died, he would not let Sacred Master benefit from it. After having you as his only disciple, he left behind an order that if he died, you would inherit all his treasures. Void Primogenitor sent it over. And now it is yours. Forefather Tianyu said. Dongbua Shuang looked at that piece of golden square seal in the hand of Forefather Tianyu. He felt terrible in his heart. His teacher Gu Qi had clearly treated him as a relative by leaving the treasures to him. This shouldn't be the case. Dongbua Shuang shook his head. This shouldn't be the case. That time, teacher had been fleeing for his life and drifting in the primal chaos void. At that time, he did not have the protection of Wuxia. He could escape for a long period by himself, and even Sacred Master could not kill him. With the help of Wuxia, why did he die instead? Chapter 939. He could survive for so long even though he was fleeing for his life. Yet he died despite being protected by Wuxia. That is the truth. Forefather Tianyu softly shook his head. That time when your teacher was heavily injured and escaped. Sacred Master had chased after your teacher several times. Yet he failed every single time. Sacred Master thought that your teacher would die after suffering such heavy injuries, and was not willing to pay such a huge price. But your teacher is a void walker, and his life force is incredibly strong. He managed to recover over the years. Even though the two great religions have a total of 3 cosmos gods, only Sacred Master could threaten the life of your teacher. Your teacher was not willing to remain vigilant at all times, which was why he ultimately asked for help from Wuxia. Dongbua Shuang listened carefully. Of the 2 great religions, the Ancestor Mother religion only had a single cosmos god, Ancestor Mother. But that was in existence second only to Sacred Master, and could fight against Sacred Master directly. Other than Sacred Master, the ancient sacred religion had another cosmos god, Lightning God Master. Lightning God Master was the only cultivator who became a cosmos god out of the many cultivators loyal to Sacred Master. Of course, he was merely at the 3rd level. To many cosmos gods he posed little threat. When your teacher was escaping, he was constantly vigilant. The moment he sensed an attack, he would immediately activate his survival treasures. Furthermore, he would immediately teleport through an ultra-long distance. Forefather Tianyu said, even though his strength is far from Sacred Master's, cosmos gods usually have 1 or 2 survival treasures. Those without would ask Wuxia to refine one for them. Most would be able to resist for a few moments. He became a cosmos god through the Voidwalker lineage. In the Void aspect, the Void Primogenitor is ranked 1st, and he is ranked 2nd. Naturally, he is above Sacred Master. Thus, your teacher was able to resist against the sneak attacks from Sacred Master several times. He then used an ultra-long distance void teleportation to escape. In terms of escaping, he is quite amazing. It's just that he did not dare to relax at all times. It is too tiring. Forefather Tianyu sighed. In the end, Wuxia helped him. Forefather Tianyu said. Wuxia specialized in arrays the most. The arrays he constructed for your teacher are something that even Sacred Master would need a few breaths of time to break. And the myriad ancient sacred world was created by Wuxia Jiezu. As long as the array was attacked, Wuxia would be able to rush over immediately. With Wuxia blocking him, the Sacred Lord has no hope of killing your master. Logically speaking, your master should be very safe. What a pity! Your teacher had offended the Saint Master so much that the Saint Master spared no expense to use the origin power of the ancient saint incarnation to create the Netherworld Jade Spear. The Netherworld Jade Spear instantly pierced through the Sorcerer Ancestor's array and pierced your teacher's body. Forefather Tianyu shook his head. Everything happened in an instant. Even when your master activated his life-preserving treasure, it was still penetrated, and he died on the spot. Ancient Sage Incarnation, Netherjade Spear? Dongbua Shuang asked. These involve some secrets. Only a portion of primal chaos existences know about it. Forefather Tianyu said. You should know that the Saint Master had started multiple wars. But his territory, the ancient sacred world, had to be guarded. The lightning god master was unable to do so with his strength. Make a guess, when his true body was fighting outside, who was guarding the ancient sacred world? Dongbo Shuiying was startled. That's right. With the hatred between the three great sacred worlds and the two great religions, if the ancient sacred world did not have any absolute experts guarding it, it would have long been destroyed. We have to talk about the ancient cultivation techniques of the Saint Master. Forefather Tianyu said, there are strong and weak ancient cultivation talents. The talent of the Saint Master allowed one of his incarnations to become the faith core of the entire religion. He was able to convert the faith into the origin power of the primal chaos void. The origin power is a power that is even more terrifying than the cosmos god energy. Over the long years, countless faith would be converted to strengthen that incarnation. His true body would also become stronger as a result. According to our judgment during the battle, that incarnation of his is comparable to his true body. This incarnation is formed from the convergence of countless origin power. It is the faith core of the entire ancient sacred religion. We call it the ancient saint incarnation. The ancient saint incarnation emits light day and night, illuminating the entire ancient sacred world. Countless life forms have faith in him. He has even become one with the entire ancient sacred world. He is even stronger within the ancient sacred world, and we are unable to destroy the ancient sacred world. Dongbo Shuiying nodded. And the Saint Master has an extremely powerful technique. It is to refine the origin power accumulated by the ancient saint incarnation into weapons and treasures. Of course, these weapons and treasures are one-time use. Once the origin power within is used up, it will disappear. Forefather Tianyu said, the underworld jade spear is an extremely famous technique. A single underworld jade spear would probably exhaust 10% to 20% of the origin power of the ancient saint incarnation. One must know that the ancient saint incarnation has to maintain at least half of the origin power. Otherwise, its power would drop. Who knows how long Sacred Master has been accumulating this 20% of origin power? He has no other choice, and he hates your master to the extreme. That's why he did this. Forefather Tianyu shook his head. Why does he hate me so much? Dongbo Shuiying could not help but ask. Forefather Tianyu hesitated for a moment. Because there were too many secrets behind this, he still replied vaguely. There are too many implications. All you know is that he caused the Saint Master's plan to go to waste. In the past, the Saint Master could not bear to use his origin power. However, his plan failed. Just to vent his anger, he used the underworld jade spear to destroy the Wu Zu's array and kill Wuxia. Clearly, the Saint Master is no longer as patient as he was in the past. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. This is what your master left for you. Keep it well. With a thought from Forefather Tianyu, the golden seal flew in front of Dongbo Shuiying. Dongbo Shuiying looked at the golden seal. He stretched out his hand and started refining it. As he was refining it, a voice entered his ears. Disciple, I'm afraid that I'm already dead. Don't be sad. I've been hiding within the Wu Zu's array. The Saint Master would definitely have to pay a huge price to kill me. Also, remember that you can forget about taking revenge for me. With your strength, the Saint Master can exterminate you with just a breath. I Wuxia only have you as my disciple. Cultivate properly, and help me gain some face. Wait until you become a cosmos god. And at the second level at that time, you can announce to the public that you are the disciple of Wuxia. Before that, the matter of you being my disciple must be kept a secret. The voice dissipated. Dongbo Shuiying held onto the golden seal and remained silent for a long time. That day will come. Many cultivators in the 5 great sacred worlds and primal chaos void will know that I, Dongbo Shuiying, am the disciple of Voidwalker Wuxia. Dongbo Shuiying thought in his heart. Also, I'll definitely take revenge for you. I know I'm weak, but there will be a day when I'm strong enough to fight against the Saint Master. He checked the golden seal. The golden seal was by itself a cosmos-graded Eden treasure. There were many rare treasures within. After all, This was all the treasures left behind by a cosmos god. Even though Wuxia was only a third-level cosmos god, and his foundation was weaker than forefather Tianyu and void primogenitor, adding up all the treasures, Dongbo Shuang could deduce that they were worth a total of 360,000 origin world rocks. That was truly terrifying. Forefather. Dongbo Shuang waved his hand, causing a piece of black stone and a fiery red armor to be taken out by him. The black stone was about the size of a palm. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space immediately collapsed. Furthermore, the scale of the collapse was extending outwards. Dongbo Shuang immediately controlled his law domain to suppress the power of this piece of stone. And after the fiery red armor appeared, Dongbo Shuang extended his hand to grab it. This armor seemed ordinary, yet it was ridiculously heavy. Even with Dongbo Shuang being a void walker and cultivating in the Imperial Dragon inheritance, he felt his arm trembling slightly when he grabbed it. If it were any heavier, he might not be able to grab it. These two treasures are the most precious. I hope Forefather can help me keep them. If I, Dongbo Shuang, were to accidentally lose my life, I can't let the enemy take advantage of me. Dongbo Shuang said. These were treasures that only cosmos gods could use, and it was meaningless for him to bring them along. All right. Forefather Tianyu nodded. How about this? I'll help you keep them. These two treasures will be valued at 300,000 origin world rocks. In the future, if you purchase any more expensive treasures, and it isn't suitable for you to appear, you can just find me to buy them for you. You can deduct it from this 300,000 origin world rocks. Many thanks, Forefather. Dongbo Shuang immediately said. That day, Inquisitive Sky Hall Master brought Dongbo Shuang back to the Blade Emperor City. Being the teacher of the convention, he still had a responsibility. Within the Blade Emperor City, there were many cavern dwellings in 2s and 3s. These were specially prepared for the esteemed guests of the Blade Emperor City to stay in. The Primal Chaos Giants stayed here too, and Dongbo Shuang stayed here too. When Dongbo Shuang and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master returned side by side. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, Elder Dongbo, come over quickly. There were 3 Primal Chaos Giants currently drinking and chatting at the peak of a small mountain. Seeing Dongbo Shuang and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master flying across the sky, they immediately called out. Dongbo Shuang and Inquisitive Sky Hall Master naturally could not ignore them. They immediately descended over. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master, have you heard? Something huge has happened. Voidwalker Senior Wuxia has died. He was killed by Sacred Master. What? Senior Wuxia is dead? Inquisitive Sky Hall Master was startled. Even though he brought Dongbo Shuang back, he did not know about this matter. Senior Wuxia is under the protection of Wuxia in the myriad ancient sacred world. How could he die? I don't know much now. I've also just heard that Senior Wuxia has died. I'm not sure how Sacred Master killed him. He should have paid a huge price. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master and the 3 Primal Chaos Giants immediately began discussing. They were making all sorts of guesses. Dongbo Shuang did not interrupt them. He only listened silently. The 4 Primal Chaos Giants did not care too much about it. In their opinion, Dongbo Shuang, who had cultivated for a short period and was merely at the Unity Realm, should have little understanding of the battles between Final Realm existences. But they did not know. Dongbo Shuang, who stood by their side, was the only disciple of Wuxia. Chapter 940. Wuxia was a cosmos god that stood high above in the 5 great sacred worlds of the primal chaos void. His fall had shocked these primal chaos giants too. They could even faintly smell the scent of war. Senior Wuxia is a void walker and is extremely proficient in escaping. Even he was killed. Saint Lord is so crazy. Could it be that he wants to start another war? More and more destruction devils are emerging at the boundary of the void. Everyone says that this piece of primal chaos void is getting closer and closer to destruction. Is it because Sacred Master is losing his patience? This lunatic, it's all because of him. Including Inquisitive Sky Hall Master. The 4 Primal Chaos Giants were discussing among themselves. When they mentioned the Sacred Master, they were gritting their teeth. Other than Sacred Master, there were other great devils like Ancestor Mother. But the threat of other devils was limited. Only Sacred Master was recognized as a first-level cosmos god. He transcended all other cosmos gods. If the three great sacred worlds did not unite against him, the entire primal chaos void would be ruled by the Sacred Master. A long time ago, during the era of the primitive ancient saint world, the Sacred Master had already started multiple wars and had almost conquered the entire primitive ancient saint world. But in the end, they fought until the primitive ancient sacred world shattered. Even though many cosmos gods fell, Sacred Master remained standing at the peak. Be it the era of the primitive ancient sacred world, or the era of the primal chaos void, even though the Sacred Master had stirred up wars, he had failed every single time. Clearly, in terms of overall strength, we have the upper hand. In the discussion, inquisitive Heavenly Palace Master looked at Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua, you should go back first. I didn't expect to hear such terrible news the moment I returned to Saber Imperial City. The other three Primal Chaos Realm experts also spoke. Elder Dongbua, you should go back and rest first. You don't have to worry. Every single cosmos god has reached the pinnacle in a certain aspect. Even the Sacred Master would find it hard to kill any one of them. Even if the sky collapses, there are still cosmos gods. The cosmos gods can naturally deal with everything. In their eyes, Dongbua Shuiying was ultimately only at the Unity Realm. Furthermore, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. Thus, he probably had very little understanding of the battles of the higher realms. Thus, Dongbua Shuiying consoled him. But it was different for them, at the Primal Chaos Realm. They were the group of existences closest to the Cosmos God Realm, and knew many secrets of the highest level. Fellow cultivators, I'll be returning first. Dongbua Shuiying immediately left, leaving behind the four Primal Chaos experts to continue their discussion. Swoosh! Streaking across the sky, Dongbua Shuiying soon arrived at his cave abode and dove down. When the two guards at the entrance of the cave saw Dongbua Shuiying descending, they hurriedly bowed and greeted. Elder. Yes. With a calm expression, Dongbua Shuiying entered the cave abode. The elder doesn't seem to be the same as before. Is he in a bad mood? The two guards looked at each other and muttered to themselves. As Dongbua Shuiying walked in the cave abode, the maids and servants greeted him along the way. Elder. When a serving girl saw Dongbua Shuiying from afar, she hurriedly stopped and greeted respectfully. I'll be in seclusion for a few days. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Dongbua Shuiying ordered coldly. Yes. The maid immediately responded. Dongbua Shuiying turned around and entered the quiet room at the side. Rumble. The door to the quiet room closed, and the incense was lit up. A faint fragrance permeated the entire room. Dongbua Shuiying waved his hands, and a silver silk praying mat appeared beside him. He then sat down cross-legged. The formless coolness of the silver silk praying mat permeated his entire body. The incense in the room also calmed his heart. Who? Dongbua Shuiying let out a long breath. Stretching out his left hand, a golden seal appeared in his palm. Looking at the golden seal, killing intent radiated from Dongbua Shuiying's face. Ridiculous. So what if I'm angry? In front of the Saint Master, I'm nothing but an ant. Dongbua Shuiying kept the golden seal, as he tried his best to calm his heart. Given his cultivation heart, he was able to calm himself down gradually. However, the anger and killing intent in his heart was unable to dissipate in a short period of time. He could only forcefully suppress it. Suppress and suppress again. He suppressed it deep in his heart. Because taking revenge for his master was something that was destined to happen in the distant future. Teacher, I'm your only disciple. If I don't take revenge for you, who else would? Dongbua Shuiying thought. His grandteacher, Void Primogenitor, should be furious too. But Void Primogenitor was ultimately a third-level cosmos god, and could barely protect himself. Without reaching the second level of strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the Saint Master directly. Even though the road is long, I'll take it step by step. Dongbua Shuiying became calmer and calmer. After that he began cultivating. The death of Guqi made Dongbo Shuang understand that he could not slack off. Even though there were only 10,000 years left until the end of the Star Convention, he was prepared to leave behind a few hundred years to guide those junior cultivators. During the remaining time, he would focus on cultivating. He did not hesitate to focus on the fusion of the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter killing move. He had to step into the 7th level of Star Pagoda. If he wanted to wrestle with the Sacred Master and threaten him, he had to be ruthless to himself. Even though his Tao of Mirage was very close to the Primal Chaos realm, and he could grasp it after some time, stepping into the 7th level at the Unity realm, before reaching the Primal Chaos realm, would be beneficial to his comprehension ability and other aspects. It would also increase his chances of breaking through to the Cosmos God realm. His target was not the Primal Chaos realm, but the final realm of Cosmos God. That was sufficient to threaten the existence of the Sacred Master. Naturally, grasping the Supreme Law was also the final goal of the laws and profound mysteries system. But that was illusory. Dongbo Shuang only remembered it in his heart, and did not dare to think too much about it temporarily. He just had to walk along the path beneath his feet. Perhaps only after reaching the Cosmos God realm would he understand more about the Supreme Law. Dongbo Shuang sat cross-legged. He focused all his attention on the absolute move he was researching. Pushing a single Tao of Mirage, or a single Tao of Slaughter to the 6th floor of Star Tower was his limit. Only by fusing the two would he be able to increase his power further. The path of Dark World Master isn't feasible. It should be according to the method I comprehended previously. I should split the destruction and slaughter into 3 parts. All sorts of thoughts were forming in the mind of Dongbo Shuang. His research on this move had already reached an extremely high realm. It was just that he was lacking something, and had not perfected it. Just like the Sky Punishment Edge in the past. If he did not have the heart realm of my heart as the world, it was impossible for him to execute this move. Similarly, if he wanted to create a heaven-defying move on the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity realm, even though he had researched and accumulated sufficient experience, he had to reach absolute grand perfection before he could execute it. He could not be lacking even a single strand. Maybe I should do it this way. Shuang attempted it once again. At this moment, he suppressed the killing intent deep in his heart, causing him to slightly modify this move, causing it to be even more murderous. But at the same time, it was also more suppressed and reserved. It was like a peerless painter had painted a masterpiece in a certain state of mind. At this moment, Shuaying's heart realm allowed him to modify this move by a tiny bit. It was this tiny bit that allowed this move to reach a different level of absolute perfection. For a supreme move like this, other than the accumulation of comprehension, it also required some other opportunities. Clearly, Dongbo Shuaying's current heart realm was filled with killing intent, but he was suppressing it in his heart. He was also extremely calm while cultivating. Such a state of mind allowed him to perfectly execute this move. The illusory world was faintly discernible. In the center of this illusory world, there was a black flower bud. It seemed very young and had 3 leaves. There were even water droplets on the leaves. When Dongbo Shuang formed the illusory world with a single thought, the black flower bud did not collapse. Instead, it naturally emitted an indescribable intent. It had not even descended from the illusory world into reality. Just by being born in the illusory world, the formless laws of the world had already started to spread and affect reality. Within the cultivation room, the original operating laws of the sacred world were forced to retreat in front of it. Like cosmos gods, their techniques could even shatter the sacred world. Primal Chaos Realm giants might not be able to reach this stage, but it was sufficient to force the laws of the sacred world to retreat in a small region. Here, I am the master, and the laws of the sacred world have to retreat. And clearly, this black flower bud was so terrifying that it could reach this stage. Descend into reality. The eyes of Dongbo Shuang brightened. The black flower bud turned from illusory to reality. Furthermore, under the control of Dongbo Shuang, it was devouring the world energy at a relatively slow pace. After all, He was experimenting and not fighting. If he were to rapidly devour the world energy during a battle, it would be sufficient to form a violent maelstrom around his cavern dwelling. That would be too huge of a disturbance. As it gradually devoured the world energy, it became more and more real. Its 3 leaves, the surface of the flower bud, and the rolling water droplets on the leaves were all very real. Furthermore, the surrounding temperature was rapidly falling. The temperature of the cultivation room had fallen to a stage that made people's hearts tremble. This coldness would most likely freeze ordinary Unity Realm experts to death. Cold, absolutely cold. This was merely the moment it descended into reality. Its true power had yet to be released. Chapter 941. 10 breaths of time later, the black flower bud was completely formed. The temperature of the entire cultivation room dropped to an unfathomable level. But that was all. The black flower bud floated in midair. Other than the coldness, it did not have any other power. But any Unity Realm expert who faced this black flower bud, even if they could resist against the coldness, would still feel fear in their hearts. Fear of the threat contained within the flower bud. I've finally succeeded. Dongbo Shuang walked to the front of the floating black flower bud. He looked at the 3 leaves. The dew on the leaves and the flower bud made Dongbo Shuang feel the beauty of the laws and profound mysteries, perfectly fusing the slaughter into the mirage. Dongbo Shuang muttered, "Bloom. Destruction flower." Dongbo Shuang's eyes were filled with expectation. He stared at this floating black flower bud. Finally, the flower bud bloomed, and it was the most beautiful when it bloomed. It had 3 petals, and the moment it bloomed, the 3 leaves and the 3 black petals began to collapse, turning into a black mist that swirled madly towards the center. Every single leaf and petal converged into a strand of black fog. A total of 3 strands of black fog revolved, cutting and destroying everything. The void was annihilated, and everything was destroyed. It might seem ordinary, but its power was extremely reserved. If one was at the core of the destruction, one would feel how horrifying it was. Great destruction. Dongbo Shuang watched everything. His eyes were filled with infatuation. Only when he truly comprehended it would he know how beautiful it was. I can actually create such a move. Dongbo Shuang muttered. He created it himself. The more he experienced it, the more shocked he felt. It was too beautiful. The Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter had been unleashed to the pinnacle, and their fusion was perfect. A strand more would be too much, and a strand less would be too little. Regardless of the concept, composition, or fusion of profound mysteries, everything was perfect. Dongbo Shuang felt that even Cosmos gods had a hard time creating such a move. Just like the 13 apocalyptic swords, the peak of the Unity Realm was the 6th floor of Star Tower. Of course, this was under the precondition that Forefather Tian, you only used the profundities of the Tao of Slaughter. However, even if it was Forefather Tianyu, it would be extremely difficult for him to use the different laws and profundities of the Unity Realm to create the 7th floor of Star Tower. Clearly, Forefather Tianyu wasn't willing to spend too much effort on this. And Unity Realm experts were far weaker than Cosmos gods, in terms of soul strength and deduction. To create the move of the 7th floor of Star Tower required some luck. Yes, luck. He was lucky to be able to create it. Because he had obtained the mysterious treasure stone mirror. The stone mirror was able to deduce the fusion of Cinnabar's inheritance and Imperial Dragon's inheritance. This allowed Dongbo Shuang to have a direction and a guide, and the influence of his teacher Gu Qi's death on his heart realm was also the inducement for him to create this move. It's just that compared to creating this move, Dongbo Shuang hoped that his teacher Gu Qi was still alive. He hoped that he could meet his teacher one day, drink a few cups of wine with him, and chat with him. The 7th level of Star Tower. In the history of the 2 great sacred worlds, there were only 2 who reached this stage. Dongbo Shuang sighed. Even though he had luck, he had to accumulate more. He had to reach the peak of the 6th floor of Star Tower in terms of realm, and he had to accumulate incomparably deep. Only with some fortuitous encounters and other opportunities could he reach this stage. When he reached this stage, Dongbo Shuang felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. He was also better at appreciating the beauty of the laws and profound mysteries. This was how one's comprehension ability increased. Creating such a move was a transformation of one's mortal body and bones. In the future, when he created a move, he would naturally pursue this beauty. This beauty was something that could only be achieved after reaching a grand perfection. Because he had experienced it before, he would pursue it even more clearly. Hence, reaching the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity Realm was easy for him to reach the Primal Chaos Realm. The 8th level Star Pagoda was easy for him, and he would usually reach the peak of the 8th level after spending some time. If he accumulated enough, the chances of him breaking through to the 9th level would be huge. I shall call this flower the Destruction Flower then, Dongbo Shuang thought. This was an absolute art he created. One was a pure Tao of Mirage absolute art Mirage, and the other was an absolute art that fused the Tao of Mirage with the Tao of Slaughter, the Destruction Flower. He believed that once he stepped into the Primal Chaos Realm, his Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter would improve, and the Destruction Flower would easily reach the 8th level. This was the gap. Even Ancestor Devil had to rely on his 6 incarnations to barely reach the 8th level after reaching the Primal Chaos Realm. As for Heaven Weeping Sect Master, he was merely at the peak of the 7th level. As long as Dongbo Shuang broke through, he would soon reach the 8th level, or even the peak of the 8th level. This was also the reason why Dongbo Shuang was trying his best to reach the 7th level at the Unity Realm. I should spend some time to deduce the 4th style of Mirage, Dongbo Shuang thought. The 4th style of Mirage was a move from the 6th floor of Star Tower. It was similar to the Sky Punishment Edge, but it had a binding effect. To other Daos, it was hard to have a binding effect. But to the Mirage, it was a world by itself, and it specialized in binding. The reason why he did not create it was because Dongbo Shuang was mainly focused on fusing the Tao of Slaughter with the Tao of Mirage. Now that he had created the Destruction Flower, which also had a binding effect, deducing the pure Tao of Mirage from the 6th floor of Star Tower was much simpler. Dongbo Shuang was temporarily in closed-door cultivation. Those talented cultivators came to seek guidance from him, but none of them were able to do so. I never thought that it would be so difficult to seek guidance from Elder Dongbo. These talented cultivators sighed inwardly. For example, General Hatchet Palace Master, Violet Slaughter Island Master, General Heaven Light, and 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor. They could visit their friends whenever they wanted. It was already good enough for them to come out and give them some pointers. Dongbo Shuang was very passionate in the past, but after experiencing the incident with his master Gu Qi, Dongbo Shuang placed more attention on himself. His own strength was the most important thing. Pointers? That was enough. At this moment, nobody knew that in the 5 great sacred worlds of the Primal Chaos Void, a Unity Realm expert had finally appeared in this era, the 7th floor of Star Tower. Blade Emperor City, Xinghua Emperor's Cave Dwelling. Xinghua Sun Yi was also staying here. Greetings Senior Heart Imitation, Senior Heaven Light. Xinghua Sun Yi greeted obediently. No need to be so polite. Heart Imitation Religious Master smiled. Xinghua Sun Yi retreated to his father's back and stood there obediently. Xinghua Emperor, Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Heaven Light, and the rest sat down. Each of them had a long table in front of them. Xinghua Emperor personally waved his hand, and a flask of good wine was served. The maids also prepared some delicacies, most of which were bought from the famous restaurants in Blade Emperor City. Both sides drank and laughed as they discussed many things. They even talked about Gu Qi being killed by Sacred Master. When the wine was almost finished and the sky had turned dark, Heart Imitation Religious Master said, Brother Xinghua, I came with General Heaven Light today, because my Blade Emperor City feels that your son Xinghua Sun Yi's cultivation talent is extremely high. In such a short period of time, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He is suitable to enter my Blade Emperor City. The final 10 of the Star Convention could enter any of the 6 great sacred grounds. But the 6 great sacred grounds would not foolishly wait for them to choose. They would take the initiative to invite those with dazzling potential. In this star convention, from what they saw, the one with the highest potential was Xinghua Sun Yi. He was ranked first in the final battle, and had risen rapidly in such a short period of time. They believed that there would be an explosive period in the future. Songqiong Tianyun might be comparable in strength, but he was already at the 4th level Star Pagoda when he participated in the Star Convention. His improvement was comparatively slower. Of course, General Heaven Light would invite Songqiong Tianyun too, but Heart Imitation Religious Master would not appear. Only Xinghua Sun Yi and Heart Imitation Religious Master would come personally. Sun Yi, what do you think? Xinghua Emperor turned to Xinghua Sun Yi. I don't plan on joining the Blade Emperor City. Xinghua Sun Yi answered. Xinghua Emperor laughed involuntarily. This son of his. If it were a rogue cultivator, he would likely say, I have to think carefully before making a decision, instead of directly rejecting him. After all, Heart Imitation Religious Master, and one of the teachers of the convention, General Heaven Light, had come personally. It would be unsightly if he directly rejected him. If he was tactful, Heart Imitation Religious Master, and the others would understand. Xinghua Sun Yi stood obediently by the side. He did not say anything after finishing. With a father like Xinghua Emperor, he was used to being direct. Haha. Heart Imitation Religious Master softly shook his head. He chuckled. Of the 6 great holy grounds, my Blade Emperor City is the strongest in terms of strength and foundation. If you don't join the Blade Emperor City, where are you planning to join? Great Void Heaven Temple. Xinghua Sun Yi did not hesitate. General Heaven Light sneered from the side. Great Void Heaven Temple? Little fellow, you are still too young. That Primogenita Island and Nacrolite Holy Ground both have 2nd-level cosmos gods. My Blade Emperor City has the deepest foundation, and Blade Emperor is also the strongest expert among the 6 great holy grounds. And the Great Void Heaven Temple is barely 4th in terms of strength. If Lord Lo Chung of Star City is willing to accept disciples and expand his influence, the Great Void Heaven Temple can only be considered 5th. Lord Lo Chung was a legend among primal chaos existences. It's a pity he did not accept disciples. The Star City also had the least experts among the 6 great holy grounds. Without Lord Lo Chung guiding him personally, he might as well join another holy ground. I plan to become the disciple of Elder Dong Bo of the Great Void Heaven Temple. Xinghua Sun Yi said. Dongbo Shuang? Heart Imitation Religious Master was slightly enlightened. Because of the Tao of Mirage? Yes. Xinghua Sun Yi nodded. I wish to study the Tao of Mirage and Illusory Realm. Haha. General Heaven Light chuckled. Then there is no need for you to join them. The 6 great holy grounds have all basic scriptures. Their Great Void Heaven Temple has yet to reach the primal chaos realm in the Tao of Mirage. All the scriptures related to the Tao of Mirage are relatively ordinary, and we have them here. You can also read them to your heart's content. You are currently at the 4th level Star Pagoda, and after accumulating a little more, you will reach the 5th level Star Pagoda. You aren't much weaker than Dongbo Shuang, so why is there a need for you to take him as your teacher? Who knows, when you reach the primal chaos realm in the future, he might still be stuck at the 6th floor of Star Tower. For the sake of a mere Dongbo Shuang, there is no need for you to join the Great Void Heaven Temple. Heart Imitation Religious Master added. You have to rely on yourself in the path of cultivation. The gap between you and him isn't that big. Since that's the case, why don't you study and rely on yourself? Perhaps you might be able to walk further. As for Dongbo Shuang, he is indeed outstanding now, but what Heaven Light said is logical too. He is stuck at the 6th floor of Star Tower, and that is normal. There is no need for you to take him as your teacher. If you are willing, I can accept you as my disciple. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. Xinghua Emperor was startled when he heard that. Heart Imitation Religious Master? This was an existence who got through the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity Realm, and was currently at the 9th level Star Pagoda. Even though he did not cultivate the Tao of Mirage, his experience was sufficient for him to guide Xinghua Sun Yi. How is it? Heart Imitation Religious Master looked at Xinghua Sun Yi. This was also the reason why he came personally. Many thanks for senior's kind intentions, but I have decided to take Elder Dongbua as my teacher. Xing Huaseni shook his head. His eyes were firm. Heart imitation religious master was startled. Chapter 942. Heart imitation religious master was quite fond of Xing Huaseni. It wasn't because of his background, but because Xing Huaseni was merely at the second-level star pagoda in the past 500 billion years. Yet, during the star convention, Xing Huaseni's strength soared. This piqued heart imitation religious master's curiosity. He did not believe in digging out one's potential. Instead, he believed that there must be some special reasons behind it. For example, inner demons and inner tribulations. With Xing Huaseni's innate talent, comprehension ability and background, it was impossible for him to remain low for so long under normal circumstances. Heart imitation religious master was sure that there must be a special reason for this. The possibility of it being a heart demon or heart tribulation was very high. Even at the unity realm, his mental state would encounter a huge setback. Heart imitation religious master was filled with anticipation. Maybe he would be suitable for the heart imitation technique that I created. Back then he was also a peerless monster. In the history of the two great sacred worlds, there were only 2 Unity Realm experts who had reached the 7th floor of Star Tower. He, heart imitation religious master, was one of them. The technique he created was directed towards the soul. Hence his spirit required more tempering and setbacks. Every time he rose up from a setback, his spirit would become even stronger. That was why he had his eyes on Xing Huaseni. Haha, think about it carefully. Before the Star Convention, you can become my disciple. Heart imitation religious master immediately stood up. Beside him, General Tianguang stood up as well. Xinghua Emperor also stood up and said, Brother Heart Elephant Suni is a little stubborn, please don't mind him. Cultivation is also about cultivating the mind. It's good to be persistent. Heart imitation religious master smiled calmly. He was quite open-minded. He felt that Lin Fan was a good seedling. However, if Lin Fan wasn't willing to take him as his master, he wouldn't force him either. After all, in the eyes of such a peerless powerhouse, the disciple was merely the inheritor of his ultimate technique. To be able to obtain his inheritance was the disciple's luck. If they couldn't get it, it was because they didn't have the luck to do so. Xing Huaseni. General Tianguang snorted coldly. Think about it carefully. It's extremely rare for heart imitation religious master to accept a disciple. If you don't acknowledge him as your disciple, and instead acknowledge Dongbua Shuang, when he is stuck at the Unity Realm, it would be too late for you to regret it. Xing Huaseni went silent. Humph. General Tianguang followed behind heart imitation religious master and headed out. Very soon, within the courtyard, Xinghua Emperor and his son Xing Huaseni returned. Sit down. Xinghua Emperor sat there and poured himself a cup of wine. There was a rare smile on his face. Father. Xing Huaseni obediently sat by the side. I never expected that my son would one day make heart imitation religious master take the initiative to accept him as a disciple. Xinghua Emperor said, I am quite satisfied that you are able to stick to your decision. However, I have to tell you, heart imitation is truly a monstrous talent. The heart imitation lineage that he created belongs to a special cultivation system. Special cultivation system? Xing Huaseni was puzzled. Other than the ancient cultivation system, the laws and profound mysteries system, the strongest warrior system, the hex cultivation system, the ancestor mother cultivation system, the devour class system, and other common systems, there were other systems that had very few cultivators like the Void Walker system. There were also other systems that had even fewer cultivators. There were only a handful of them in the entire primal chaos void. The more special the system, the harder it would be to cross the threshold. MN. His heart imitation lineage is a special system. According to what I know, there are only 2 cultivators in the primal chaos void system. Him and his disciple, Emperor Nine Dragon. Xinghua Emperor said. Xing Huaseni was startled when he heard that. Emperor Nine Dragon? That was a famous expert in the Blade Emperor city. He was in existence at the peak of the 8th level star pagoda. This lineage directly cultivates the soul, Xinghua Emperor said. Hence, it is hard to cross the threshold. Usually, those who succeed will be able to step into the primal chaos realm. Like Heart Imitation Religious Master and Emperor Nine Dragon, they have a group of disciples. But it's a pity that none of them have crossed the threshold. Heart Imitation Religious Master should be accepting you as a disciple, because he feels that you have the potential to do so. From how I see it, you should become his disciple, and try cultivating the Heart Imitation lineage. At the same time, you can also cultivate the Tao of Mirage. That might be better for you. Xinghua Emperor looked at his son. The Blade Emperor City was ultimately the head of the 6 great holy grounds. If a war were to break out, the Blade Emperor City would be safer than the Great Void Heaven Temple. I still choose to become the disciple of Elder Dongbo, Xinghua Suni said. Why? Xinghua Emperor felt puzzled. I, Xinghua Suni, have decided to walk the Tao of Mirage in this life. On this path, Elder Dongbo is the best teacher. Xinghua Suni said. Not just the Blade Emperor City, even the Jade Light Sacred Territory and Primogenita Island invited him. Naturally, they were all rejected. What? Heart Imitation Religious Master personally accepted him as a disciple, yet he rejected him? He wants to become the disciple of Dongbo Shuang. Many primal chaos giants who came to accept him as a disciple were rejected one after another. This news naturally spread across the participating primal chaos giants. When General Heaven Light was with other primal chaos giants, he even said, that brat doesn't want to become the disciple of Heart Imitation Religious Master. Instead, he wants to become the disciple of a Unity Realm expert. Isn't this a joke? In the eyes of the primal chaos giants, some felt that Xinghua Suni had a firm heart, but the majority felt that it was a joke. That was Heart Imitation Religious Master. Only after reaching the primal chaos realm could one understand how terrifying Heart Imitation Religious Master was. That was someone who opened a new cultivation system and could even fight with cosmos gods before leaving. Some even took the initiative to persuade Xinghua Emperor when they met him, to which Xinghua Emperor shook his head with a smile. He has made up his mind. Since I can't persuade him, then let him be. Within the cultivation room, Dongbo Shuang sat cross-legged. His law domain engulfed the entire cultivation room. Currently, he had already reconstructed his law domain according to the newly created destruction flower. Its power was naturally extraordinary. Some primal chaos giants might not even have law domains as strong as Dongbo Shuang. The law of the sacred world had been forced out of the cultivation room. Slowly, Dongbo Shuang opened his eyes. The 4th style of Mirage, Frost Hell, had long been created. Because the Star Convention was coming to an end, he was not in a rush to break through. Even though he felt that he could break through to the primal chaos realm after some time, the moment he broke through, he had to take the opportunity to consolidate his foundation. He had to perfect the ancient cultivation inheritance, absolute arts, and many other aspects. Instead, he spent some time researching the Voidwalker system and the plate ripple diagram. There are still 300 years before the end of the Star Convention. It is time for me to leave. Dongbo Shuang stood up. After the convention ends, I'll return to the Great Void Heaven Temple and enter closed-door cultivation before breaking through to the primal chaos realm. Hong Long Long, the door to the cultivation room opened. Dongbo Shuang walked out. Elder, there was a female attendant waiting outside the cultivation room. If any cultivators come to seek an audience, bring them to me, Dongbo Shuang said. 300 years in advance was prepared for those talented cultivators. Yes, the female attendant replied respectfully. Dongbo Shuang also informed Inquisitive Sky Hall Master that he had left closed-door cultivation. You are finally out? Do you know that many holy grounds have taken the initiative to invite that Xinghua Suni? Even Heart Imitation Religious Master has taken the initiative to accept him as a disciple. But it's a pity that it's useless. Inquisitive Sky Hall Master transmitted. He is determined to take you as his teacher no matter what. Several primal chaos giants who visited Xinghua Emperor tried to persuade that little fellow, but it's useless. He has decided to take you as his teacher. Ah, Dongbo Shuiying was startled. There were many who wished to become heart imitation religious master's disciple. This brat is crazy about the Tao of Mirage. He is also talented. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. He is a good disciple. At that moment, Dongbo Shuiying left his cavern dwelling and headed towards Xinghua Emperor's cavern dwelling. Within the courtyard of Xinghua Emperor's cavern dwelling. Elder Dongbo, it is rare for you to come to my place. Xinghua Emperor smiled as he sat down. By the side, Xinghua Sunyi's eyes were brightening as he looked at Dongbo Shuiying. I have been in closed-door cultivation previously. I only found out about what happened after I came out. Dongbo Shuiying looked up at Xinghua Sunyi by the side. Xinghua Sunyi is talented too. The other holy grounds have taken the initiative to invite him. I am here to invite Xinghua Sunyi to my Great Void Heaven Temple. If he is willing, he can become my disciple. Xinghua Sunyi went forward and knelt down respectfully. Disciple greets teacher. He then kowtowed 3 times. All right. Dongbo Shuiying nodded with a smile. Chapter 943. If Xinghua Sunyi did not accept him as a disciple immediately after coming out of seclusion, Xinghua Sunyi might take the initiative to take him as his master. That would not be good. After all, the other sacred grounds had taken the initiative to invite him. Even Heart Imitation Religious Master had taken the initiative to take him as a disciple. If he, Dongbo Shuiying, were to wait for Xinghua Sunyi to take him as his master, wouldn't he be slapping Heart Imitation Religious Master's face? He had to invite him like the other sacred grounds. If Xinghua Sunyi chose the Great Void Heaven Temple of the 6 sacred grounds, nobody would say anything. Sunyi, this brat is too rash. He has made things difficult for Elder Dongbo. Xinghua Emperor said. It's just a small matter. Dongbo Shuiying was rather casual. He immediately asked Xinghua Sunyi about his cultivation gains over the years. The master and disciple immediately started discussing the Tao of Mirage. Xinghua Emperor was inwardly shocked when he saw this. If it was any other Unity Realm expert, none of them would dare to take Xinghua Sunyi as their disciple, after being rejected by Heart Imitation Religious Master. But Dongbo Shuiying accepted it very calmly. He did not show any agitation, nervousness, or any other emotions. He treated it as a very ordinary matter. For him to be so calm, either he was arrogant in his heart, or he truly had the confidence to do so. This Elder Dongbo doesn't seem like an arrogant person. That means he has the confidence to step into the primal chaos realm? Xinghua Emperor guessed inwardly. If he could really step into the primal chaos realm in such a short period of time, that would be too amazing. How long has he cultivated for? Xinghua Emperor did not know. Dongbo Shuiying had reached the 7th floor of Star Tower at the Unity Realm. It would not be difficult for him to reach the primal chaos realm. Not long later, he would be able to stand at the peak of the primal chaos realm. Even though he might not be as strong as Xinghua Emperor, the difference wouldn't be too huge. Dongbo Shuiying took the initiative to take him as a disciple. The news of Xinghua Sunyi entering the Great Void Heaven Temple and taking Dongbo Shuiying as his master spread. He really became the disciple of that Unity Realm brat. I really don't know what this Xinghua Sunyi is thinking. Instead of taking Heart Imitation Religious Master as his master, he would rather take a Unity Realm expert as his master. Songqiong Tianyun and the other genius cultivators, who were also in the top 5, felt a little envious. This was because Heart Imitation Religious Master did not come to take them as disciples. Even if they joined the 6 Holy Lands, in order to become disciples of Heart Imitation Religious Master, Heart Imitation Religious Master had to be willing. In a flash, the Star Convention had reached its final stage, and countless cultivators were rushing over from all over the place. This time, the number of cultivators who had arrived was much more than the number at the beginning of the convention, because today, there would be a public lecture specially prepared for them. Countless ordinary cultivators might not be able to find guidance from a senior at the level of the conference's master in their entire lives. It was a great opportunity for Ying to be able to listen to them speak about the Tao publicly. Perhaps a single touch might allow a true god ruler to become a void god, and an origin birth realm expert to step into the unity realm. Rumble, there were 10 huge names in midair beside the Star Tower. They were the 10 disciples that had been chosen in the final round of the Star Convention this time. They could choose any holy land to join, and they would be heavily nurtured as the core. On the enormous battle platform spanning 50,000 kilometers, Xing Huasun Yi and the other 9 stood side by side. The 10 of you can choose which holy land to join. Heart Imitation Religious Master said from the high platform. I'm willing to join the Great Void Heaven Temple. I'm willing to join the Blade Emperor City. I'm willing to join the Void God Temple. I'm willing to join the Blade Emperor City. Under the gazes of countless cultivators, and the envious gazes of other genius cultivators, Xing Huasun Yi and the others reported their names one by one. Actually, 3 of them had received the invitation beforehand, but publicly announcing which side they would join was part of the Star Convention's procedure. So, the 10 of them turned into streams of light and flew towards the high platform. They stood behind the teacher of the convention according to their choice. Behind Dongbo Shuiying, there was only Xing Huasun Yi. Behind General Heaven Light, there were a total of 3, including Songqiong Tianyin. Being the strongest of the 6 great holy lands, they would usually have the most people joining them in the Star Convention. It was very normal for 3 out of 10 to join. Sometimes, it was exaggerated to say that 5 or 6 would join the Blade Emperor City. General Hatchet Palace Master also had 3 behind him. Clearly, General Hatchet Palace Master's influence was not ordinary. Behind Violet Slaughter Island Master was 1. Behind 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor were 2. They were both void creatures. Void creatures would usually choose the Void God Temple. As for Star City, no one chose it. Star City was the most unique of the 6 great holy lands. They would usually not send teachers for the convention, which was why there were only 5 teachers. Even if someone chose Star City, they would definitely regret it. Because there were too few experts in Star City, it was hard to obtain good guidance. Wanting to obtain the guidance of the legendary Lord Lo Chung was practically an extravagant hope. 5. Heart Imitation Religious Master looked at General Hatchet Palace Master and the other 4. Next, it will be time for everyone to publicly lecture on the Tao. After the Tao lecture, the convention will end. Previously, the competition of the General Assembly had all been between genius cultivators. But publicly lecturing on the Tao is something that many ordinary cultivators desire. Everyone, please do your best. According to logic, each Tao lecture will not be shorter than 3 days. Amen. General Hatchet Palace Master nodded. That is natural. General Heaven Light nodded. Violet Slaughter Island Master, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, and Dongbo Shuiying had already made their preparations. Then shall we begin with Elder Dongbo lecturing on the Tao? Heart Imitation Religious Master said. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled as he stood up. It was normal. The 5 teachers of the convention would lecture on the Tao in accordance to their strength. General Hatchet Palace Master, who was the strongest, would naturally be the finale. A 9th level Star Pagoda existence lectured on the Tao, and General Hatchet Palace Master's attainments in certain aspects had reached the Cosmos God level. And the only Unity Realm expert amongst the 5, Dongbo Shuiying, would naturally be the first to lecture on the Tao. Who, after Dongbo Shuiying stood up, his figure flashed and appeared in midair. He then walked down step by step until he reached the battle platform. At this moment, many cultivators were looking at Dongbo Shuiying, who stood on the battle platform. I do want to see how strong this Dongbo Shuiying is. Xing Huasun Yi isn't willing to take Heart Imitation Religious Master as his teacher, yet he still wants to take him as his teacher? The primal chaos giants watching from above were prepared to listen carefully. The cultivators below were all holding their breaths as they listened attentively. Dongbo Shuiying was wearing a white robe. He sat down cross-legged and swept his gaze across the cultivators below. He said, "This time, I will be lecturing on the Tao, mainly about the illusory realm and slaughter." He had not only comprehended the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Slaughter to the 6th floor of Star Tower, He had even fused the slaughter perfectly into the mirage, creating a move that could reach the 7th floor of Star Tower. Dongbo Shueying was the most confident in his understanding of these two. Even though strictly speaking, he was the proudest of his Tao of Mirage, there were very few cultivators who specialized in the illusory realm. As for slaughter, it was something many cultivators had researched on. After all, it was hard to avoid battles and slaughter when adventuring outside. Illusory realm slaughter? The genius cultivators below were slightly excited. They were very interested in slaughter. They wanted to listen to the illusory realm that gave them headaches. Even if they could not learn it, they could at least understand it. Amongst the primal chaos giants above, the thin male Bayin Palace Master sneered. Slaughter? You dare to talk about slaughter? Very good. By then, don't blame me for smacking your face. Lecturing on the Tao was not a solo lecture. During the process, many cultivators would come and seek guidance from Dongbo Shueying. He would choose a portion of them to guide them one by one. There would even be experts who questioned him. I cultivate the Imperial Dragon inheritance, and what I specialize in is slaughter. Bayin Palace Master's eyes were filled with coldness. Previously, he was directly rejected and chased out by Dongbo Shueying. Bayin Palace Master was not someone with a good temper. Furthermore, during this period of time, Dongbo Shueying had been relatively dazzling. First, he chose Xing Huasun-yi to become the #1 disciple. Xing Huasun-yi rejected all the other disciples who took the initiative to take him as a disciple. Instead, he chose to become Dongbo Shueying's disciple. Bayin Palace Master was naturally unhappy when he saw how glorious Dongbo Shueying was. And this time, Dongbo Shueying was actually lecturing on slaughter? He was someone who mainly cultivated the Imperial Dragon inheritance of slaughter and had become a primal chaos giant. Bayin Palace Master immediately began listening attentively. Chapter 944. On the towering battle platform, Dongbo Shueying sat cross-legged by himself. He faced the cultivators below and began lecturing on the Tao. The cultivators knew the etiquette. All of them sat down cross-legged. Some of the mutated beasts were also lying down. None of them made a sound. They were all obediently listening. At this moment, it would incur the wrath of the masses if one were to speak recklessly. Even if they spoke to each other, they would at most transmit their voices. He first lectured on the slaughter. Because there were many cultivators who comprehended the slaughter, Dongbo Shueying started from the transcendent realm, before extending it to the various branches of the slaughter lineage. Different branches would always talk about reaching the void god realm at the end. Shueying's current realm was naturally at a strategically advantageous position. He could rapidly point out the different branches, causing many of the weaker cultivators to excitedly listen to him. Even some of the weaker deities, world deities, and true gods who were fortunate enough to come here were intoxicated listening to him. Even the cultivators who reached the void god realm were startled. It even gave them more comprehensions. Amazing. I have long become a void god. Yet who would have thought that there are so many ways to use the Tao of slaughter at the true god realm? Many of the listeners gained a new understanding of their own cultivation. There were even aura fluctuations of breakthroughs amongst the cultivators. This was normal too. It was common for cultivators to break through and gain enlightenment when listening to the public lecture on the Tao by the teachers of the Star Convention. After all, these cultivators at the bottom would not be able to obtain guidance from those at the top. For a total of 18 hours, Dongbo Shueying lectured on the different branches of the Tao of slaughter, from the transcendent to the void god realm. After that, Dongbo Shueying began lecturing on the illusory realm again. Similarly, he lectured on the illusory realm from the transcendent realm, all the way to the void god realm. He lectured on it for a total of 18 hours. The public lecture on the Tao had temporarily ended, and it was time for the cultivators to seek guidance. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now. Dongbo Shueying stopped. He chuckled. His voice reverberated across the entire venue. Senior Dongbo. Thousands of cultivators who had been sitting cross-legged, lying down, or sitting cross-legged stood up. according to the rules of the Star Convention. Standing up during the lecture meant that they needed guidance. Those who stood up were practically all below the void god level, and there were only a dozen or so void gods. After all, the first stage of the Tao lecture was mainly for those at the lower levels. All of you come up. Dongbua Shueying manipulated the void and instantly took control of 300 cultivators. The weakest among them was just a child at the transcendent level, while the strongest was at the origin birth level. It was impossible for him to give pointers to everyone, because there was a time limit to the lecture. Usually, he would only give pointers to a few. Actually, giving pointers was enough. Many cultivators had similar problems. So. Under the control of Dongbua Shueying, the 300 cultivators flew onto the stage. All of them were excited. They were lucky to have the chance to learn from him. Senior Dongbo, the 300 cultivators, regardless of their race, all bowed respectfully. One by one. Dongbua Shueying chuckled. His gaze landed on the weakest child, a slightly plump lass. This lass was slightly nervous. Her father was an attendant in a restaurant in Blade Emperor City. She was born in Blade Emperor City, and that was why she had the chance to listen to the lecture. In the sacred world, she was a transcendent at birth, and her intelligence was naturally high. But she could only understand a small portion of what Dongbua Shueying said at the start, and could not understand the rest. Senior. The lass's voice was clear and sweet. She obediently bowed before asking. Time passed. Dongbua Shueying spent 18 hours on the first stage of the Tao lecture. After that, he spent close to 20 hours guiding the 300 cultivators. Only then did he begin the second stage of the Tao lecture. The second stage mainly talked about the void god origin birth realm. He first talked about slaughter, before talking about the illusory realm. But this time, he only spent 24 hours. Later on, he also taught 300 cultivators, but it took him 40 hours. The third stage of the Tao lecture was about the void god unity realm. Many cultivators below were intoxicated as they listened. They felt even more admiration and respect towards Dongbua Shueying. Lecturing about the Tao required genuine knowledge. This senior Dongbua was the only unity realm expert amongst the 5 teachers of the convention, and his explanations were amazing, allowing them to comprehend more frequently. And the primal chaos giants above were also listening patiently, because this was a Tao lecture prepared by the 6 great holy grounds for the ordinary cultivators. Dongbua Shueying is indeed the strongest unity realm expert in the 2 great sacred worlds. He also cultivates the laws and profound mysteries system. His explanations are detailed and direct to the core. The primal chaos giants were also discussing with one another through voice transmissions. Indeed, in terms of Tao discussion, the laws and profound mysteries system and the hex cultivation system were the best, and their explanations were clearer. Not bad. Even primal chaos giants might not be able to guide these ordinary cultivators, as well as this Dongbua Shueying. They were evaluating each other. And Ba Yin Palace Master, who had always wanted to find fault with them, was watching coldly. He felt unhappy in his heart. Even if he was not willing to admit it, he understood in his heart that Dongbua Shueying had taught many aspects that Ba Yin Palace Master had never thought of, because he only needed to improve the Imperial Dragon inheritance for the ancient cultivation. He has finally talked about the Unity Realm. The more profound the lecture, the easier it is for him to make a mistake. Ba Yin Palace Master was selfish and had a conceited personality. The better Dongbua Shueying performed in the Star Convention, the more unhappy he became. The ordinary cultivators below were too lazy to care about the disputes between the higher-ups. They only knew that this senior Dongbua's Tao lecture was of great help to them. All of them were immersed in listening. Even if they did not understand, they would rely on their memories to remember everything. It's just that when Dongbua Shueying lectured on the Tao, some scenes were too profound, and they could not remember them. Perhaps they could remember the content, and in the future, they could relive it again and again. Finally, as the Tao lecture got more profound, Dongbua Shueying's lecture on the Unity Realm Tao of Massacre had already reached the level of the 6th floor of Star Tower. This was also the highest level of his Tao lecture. Amen. Ba Yin Palace Master's eyes suddenly lit up. What a joke. Those who are strong would naturally be able to lecture on the Tao easily. He is only at the 6th floor of Star Tower. And he dares to lecture on this level of Tao. As expected, I have discovered a problem. The Unity Realm was much more complicated. Dongbua Shuang lectured for a total of 60 hours before stopping. If you have any doubts, you can come and ask me. Dongbua Shuang said. The cultivators below immediately stood up. Several tens of thousands of them were all at the Unity Realm. One must know that other than the locals of Blade Emperor City, it would not be easy for outsiders to rush over. Just the teleportation array fee alone was not low. Thus, those who could rush over from other places were usually strong and had reached the Unity Realm. Shuang then proceeded to pick out 300 of them. As long as he finished guiding these 300, his lecture on the Tao would be over. Elder Dongbua, I have some understanding of the Tao of Slaughter. I hope for Elder Dongbua to guide me. A voice sounded. Dongbua Shuang, who was seated cross-legged on the battle platform, looked up. He saw a thin male stepping on the void and landing on the battle platform. This caused Dongbua Shuang to be slightly startled. It was him. Ba Yin Palace Master? Amen. Primal Chaos Realm. The cultivators below were slightly excited. During the public lecture on the Tao in the Star Convention, most Primal Chaos Giants would be the teachers of the convention. When they lectured on the Tao, they would also talk about breaking through to the Primal Chaos Realm. At this moment, it would attract the suspicions of the other Primal Chaos Giants. Two Primal Chaos Giants would debate on the Tao on the battle platform. This was a good thing. They had different understandings. They were both Primal Chaos Giants, and their debate on the Tao would be helpful to some of the Unity Realm cultivators below in breaking through to the Primal Chaos Realm. It's just that Dongbua Shuang was only at the Unity Realm. When he lectured on the Tao, even the Primal Chaos Giants felt that no one would lower their status to question him. After all, it was unfair for a Primal Chaos Giant to question a Unity Realm cultivator. Such questioning was akin to smacking the other party's face. Ba Yin Palace Master. Dongbua Shuang immediately stood up. It was not good for him to continue sitting cross-legged, facing a Primal Chaos expert. I don't have any other intentions. It's just that for the sake of the cultivators present, I have to debate with you. Ba Yin Palace Master acted as though he was doing this for all the cultivators present. Please. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Previously, when you lectured on the Tao of Slaughter, you felt that the foundation of the Tao of Slaughter lies in storing, followed by releasing. Am I right? Ba Yin Palace Master said. Dongbua Shuang nodded. I dare not say for the Primal Chaos Realm, but at the Unity Realm, I feel that storing is more important. You just have to act against me. I will only display the strength of the 6th floor of Star Tower to deal with you. Ba Yin Palace Master chuckled. In a while, you will understand which one is more important. All right. Dongbua Shuang nodded. Usually, no one would be able to convince the other party in debating on the Tao. Hence, they would fight to verify it. Hong, Heart Imitation Religious Master, who was on the high platform, immediately controlled the battle platform. An array light barrier rose around the battle platform, preventing the shockwaves from the spar from affecting the cultivators below. Senior Dongbua and the Primal Chaos expert are going to fight to verify their Tao. Many cultivators watched nervously and excitedly. This was the highest level of competition since the start of the Star Convention. Be careful. With a thought, Dongbua Shuang caused many black long shuttles to appear floating around him. The two ends of the long shuttles were incredibly sharp. And on the other side, Ba Yin Palace Master chuckled as he extended his right hand. His right hand did not even have scales appearing. Clearly he felt disdain. Chapter 945. Feel free to make your move. Ba Yin Palace Master spoke with the demeanor of a senior. Dongbua Shuang smiled and flicked his sleeves. Swish, swish, swish. A total of 16 black shuttles flew towards Ba Yin Palace Master, arriving in front of him in an instant. At this moment, every single black shuttle erupted with a shocking might. Every single one of them turned into a blurry shadow, and the insides of them seemed to collapse into a chaotic whole. Even under the laws of the saint's world, they could cause space to collapse into a chaotic whole, demonstrating their might. Didn't you say that the Tao of Slaughter is about accumulation? This should be considered as accumulation. Yin Palace Master slapped with his palm. His palm seemed to have turned into a blur as he blocked the attacks of the 16 black shuttles. Dongbo Shuang shook his head when he saw this. This Yin Palace Master said that he could only display the strength of the 6th floor of Star Tower. In reality, he should have displayed the peak of the 6th floor of Star Tower, because every single one of his black shuttles was a peak-grade Void God weapon, and they were all using the apocalyptic 6th sword. Even the Thunderflame Pagoda Master would not be able to block them so easily. Yin Palace Master cultivated the Imperial Dragon inheritance, and his body was extremely strong. If scales appeared on his body, it would be comparable to a high-grade Void God weapon. His palms were especially powerful. If scales appeared on them, they would be comparable to a peak-grade Void God weapon. His palms were extremely terrifying in terms of strength, speed, power, and many other aspects. Even without scales, his speed and strength were easily above the Thunderflame Pagoda Master. He was most proficient in palms, so he could naturally block Dongbo Shuiying's attack. Yin Palace Master, we will know in a while. Dongbo Shuiying said. Then I'll have to see how many methods Elder Dongbo has. Yin Palace Master continued to smile, and did not lose his bearing. At the same time, he continued to block the incoming black shuttles. Swish swish swish, the 16 black shuttles revolved around Yin Palace Master. They turned into blurs as they attacked one after another. Every time they clashed, their might would spread in all directions as they bombarded the light barrier at the edge of the battle platform. Yin Palace Master's expression gradually changed. How can this be? Interesting. Heart Imitation Religious Master, General Hatchet Palace Master, Xinghua Emperor, and many other primal chaos giants who were watching from above had discovered the uniqueness of Dongbo Shuiying's technique. He has improved since the battle with Lei Yan. Heart Imitation Religious Master praised. Indeed. If it was the Dongbo Shuiying during the battle with the Lei Yan Pagoda Master, even if he used the apocalyptic 6th sword, he would only be able to cover the sky and cover the earth in a frenzy of attacks. However, after creating the destruction flower, Dongbo Shuiying's understanding of both the Tao of Mirage and Tao of Massacre had deepened. Thus, he was able to execute them more skillfully. The 16 black shuttles attacked Palace Head Yin continuously. Every time they were repelled, they would borrow the momentum to attack again. Moreover, the 16 black long shuttles formed an encirclement that was like a world of its own. It was continuous, and its might was also continuous. Not only was its might strong, their coordination was also superb. Yin Palace Master was even unknowingly forced to use both his hands to defend, which was extremely strenuous. How is this possible? Yin Palace Master did not dare believe it. How can he execute the slaughter at the Unity Realm to such an extent? It was too exquisite. The originally brutal slaughter was like musical notes in the hands of Dongbo Shuiying. It brought with it a bizarre sense of beauty. This kind of beauty already had the feeling of absolute perfection of the flower of destruction. If it was an overwhelming attack, it would require 30 shuttles to execute the apocalyptic 6th sword at the same time to produce such pressure. Dongbo Shuiying chuckled. The higher the realm, the easier it was for him to execute low-tier techniques. In the past, he could execute 15 sky punishment edges at the same time, but now, he could execute 25 of them. This was because his understanding of the Tao of Mirage had become deeper. He only needed to use less heart energy to execute the sky punishment edges. And the Tao of Slaughter was still slightly lacking compared to the Tao of Mirage. He could only execute 20 shuttles at the same time with the apocalyptic 6th sword. The reason why he executed 16 shuttles was to reserve some heart energy in case of unforeseen circumstances. This is too exquisite. If this continues, I might not be able to defend against it. Yin Palace Master was slightly anxious. Under the gaze of many cultivators, And with so many primal chaos giants watching from above, what if he lost to a Unity Realm expert? Ba Yin Palace Master could not accept it. Elder Dongbua, this weapon is a top-grade Void God weapon. Even my palms can't hold on much longer. Ba Yin Palace Master laughed out loud. Black scales appeared on his palms as he slapped out with his palms. The power behind each of his attacks was abnormally terrifying. Pung pung pung, the black long shuttles were sent flying far away. Because the difference in power was too great, Ba Yin could not borrow strength from them. As a result, the previous feeling of continuity was broken. He has passed. Heart Imitation Religious Master and General Hatchet Palace Master, who were watching from above, frowned. This Ba Yin has displayed the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower. Since they could deduce it, most primal chaos giants could do so too. But the ordinary cultivators watching from below had too low a realm. To Ba Yin Palace Master, his reputation amongst primal chaos giants was ordinary. He would rather be mocked by them. He could not tolerate himself being defeated by a Unity Realm expert. Amen, he is actually so shameless. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed when he saw this. Haha, Elder Dongbua. You mentioned that the Tao of Slaughter lies in the accumulation? With this palm of mine, your flying shuttles will scatter in all directions. Ba Yin Palace Master chuckled. Ba Yin Palace Master, then use your palm to break this technique. The white-robed Dongbua Shuang stood there. His voice turned cold. Hua, the illusory world was faintly discernible. At the center of this illusory world, there was a black flower bud. It had 3 leaves, and there were water droplets rolling on the leaves. The entire illusory world seemed to exist just for this black flower bud. Closely following that, the black flower bud descended from the illusory world into reality. This time, it instantly turned into reality. Hong Long. The world energy suddenly surged, causing a maelstrom of world energy to appear within the battle platform. Even the center of the maelstrom had collapsed, and a vast amount of world energy surged out from the collapsed space. The black flower bud appeared, completely enveloping Ba Yin Palace Master. The flower bud's petals were black, but they were faintly translucent. One could faintly see Ba Yin Palace Master's figure within. Just this move? Break for me. Ba Yin Palace Master laughed. Dongbua Shuang watched coldly. Since the other party was so shameless, there was no need for Dongbua Shuang to give him any face. He did not intend to conceal the fact that he had reached the 7th floor of Star Tower. So he might as well make use of this opportunity to reveal it. Hong 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 hong. Black flower buds appeared one after another, with each flower enveloping the other flower inside. There were a total of 7 black flower buds, with the bigger flower enveloping the smaller flower. At the very center was the trapped Ba Yin Palace Master. Break for me. Ba Yin Palace Master was still abnormally confident. His understanding of the Tao of Mirage was extremely low, and he did not realize how terrifying the flower of destruction, which had completely converged into the shape of a flower bud, was. Perhaps only when it bloomed did he understand how terrifying this move was. Boom! Ba Yin Palace Master stabbed out furiously with both his palms. The black flower bud was incomparably tough, and before it bloomed, it already had a binding effect. As he stabbed out furiously, the innermost black flower bud instantly started to be destroyed. The petals bloomed, and along with the leaves, they turned into black air currents and started to collapse. Ba Yin Palace Master's hands broke apart the first black flower bud. But before he could rejoice, he felt a terrifying force surging towards him. Even though he was arrogant, he still didn't have scales on the surface of his body. But under this force, his body was immediately torn apart, and he was instantly injured. This was also because Dongbua Shuang had been lenient, only allowing the first black flower bud to explode. If all 7 flowers were to explode, and he still didn't have scales on the surface of his body, he would have instantly been severely injured. What? Ba Yin Palace Master's expression changed. It was just a black flower bud, and he couldn't care less about it. His body rapidly recovered, and black scales also appeared on the surface of his body. His entire body was covered with a layer of black scales, and both his defense and offense were extremely strong. This was the power of the Imperial Dragon inheritance. Break it for me. A phenomenon appeared behind Ba Yin Palace Master. A huge black-scaled mutated beast illusion was incomparably conspicuous. Part of the mutated beast's body had even left the region of the black flower bud. Because the mutated beast was illusory, the black flower bud did not obstruct it. All the primal chaos giants above were currently looking down with slight shock. Ba Yin Palace Master was going all out. Break! The front claws of the huge black-scaled mutated beast overlapped with the palms of Ba Yin Palace Master. They abruptly slammed against the black flower bud. Pung pung pung! As they broke apart the black flower bud, every single black flower bud began blossoming. Even though waves of destructive force were acting on his body, Ba Yin Palace Master still withstood it with a savage expression. He forcefully broke apart 5 black flower buds in one breath. Following that, he once again exerted his strength to break apart the outermost black flower bud. The 7 black flower buds in front and behind finally broke apart. What a pity! At the moment they broke apart, another 7 black flower buds descended. The surrounding world energy formed into a berserk maelstrom. The center of the maelstrom collapsed, and a vast amount of world energy was pouring in from the collapsed hole. Hong 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 hong, Ba Yin Palace Master was frantically attacking. But Dongbua Shuang simply stood in the distance. He controlled the black flower buds to descend, preventing Ba Yin Palace Master from rushing out. If not for the soul enhancement from Cinnabar's inheritance, Dongbua Shuiying's soul could only produce a single black flower bud. And because the soul of Cinnabar's inheritance was sufficiently powerful, he could produce 7 black flower buds. It was clearly sufficient to suppress Ba Yin Palace Master. But the scaled armor of Ba Yin Palace Master was comparable to an upper-graded Void God weapon, and he could resist against it. This. After striking several times, Ba Yin Palace Master stopped. He stared blankly at the enormous black flower petals in front of him. 7 black flower buds, one wrapped around the other, still trapping him. So what if the defenses of his body were strong? He could not kill his way out. He was a primal chaos giant with the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower. Yet he was trapped within these 7 flowers, and could not get out. Not only could he not win after going all out, he was even at a disadvantage. He could only rely on the scaled armor to survive. Could he have reached the 7th floor of Star Tower? Ba Yin Palace Master could vaguely see that figure on the battle platform through the translucent enormous black flower petals. He still did not dare believe it. On the high platform, when Dongbua Shuang produced the black flower buds, General Hatchet Palace Master, who had his heart in suspense, suddenly stood up. He stared at those 7 black flower buds. That is, not just him. At this moment, a total of 8 primal chaos giants could not help but stand up. They stared down with shock. Even though Heart Imitation Religious Master and the others did not stand up, a huge wave was surging in their hearts. 7th floor of Star Tower? To be able to completely suppress Ba Yin Palace Master, and even hold a clear advantage, Dongbua Shuang was unquestionably at the strength of the 7th floor of Star Tower. In the history of the 2 great sacred worlds, there were only 2 Unity Realm experts who reached the 7th floor of Star Tower. If one were to include the entire primal chaos void from the primitive ancient sacred world, until now, there were only 8 Unity Realm experts who had reached the 7th floor of Star Tower, of which 7 had reached the 9th level Star Pagoda strength, and 1 had reached the peak of the 8th level Star Pagoda strength. Naturally, 3 of them had fallen. Hence, it was destined that a Unity Realm 7th level expert would reach the peak of the 8th level within a short period. The chances of him reaching the 9th level in the future was huge. Unity Realm 7th level. The 8 primal chaos giants stood. The other primal chaos giants were also staring at the battle platform below. At this moment, they understood that they were witnessing history, witnessing the birth of a new Unity Realm expert on the 7th floor of Star Tower. He was the 3rd in the history of the 2 great sacred worlds, and the 9th in the entire primitive ancient sacred world. He was none other than the Great Void Heaven Temple's Dongbua Shuang. This chapter seems slightly slow. MN. Chapter 946. On the battle platform, Dongbua Shuang suddenly kept the 7 destruction flowers, causing Ba Yin Palace Master, who was trapped within, to fall into a daze. The world outside the translucent black flower petals was blurry, but now, the world in front of him became clear. The distant white-robed young man stood there. He said, "Ba Yin Palace Master, do you want to continue with the test?" His voice sounded by his ears. Ba Yin Palace Master looked at Shui Ying with a complex expression. He then turned around and turned into a stream of light before flying towards the high platform. He returned to his seat and sat down silently without saying a word. He was clear primal chaos giants were scattered across the 5 great sacred worlds and the vast primal chaos void. It might seem few, but there were quite a few. The Great Void Heaven Temple had 12 of them. Primogenito Island and Jade Light Sacred Ground had deeper foundations, and their numbers were not any lesser than the Great Void Heaven Temple. There were also many primal chaos giants who did not join a holy ground. Just the 7-star Oceanic Sacred World alone had close to 100 primal chaos giants. Of the 5 great sacred worlds, the Ancient Sacred World was the biggest and strongest, followed by the Myriad Ancient Sacred World, Ancestor Mother World, Eastern Unicorn Sacred World, and 7-star Oceanic Sacred World. In addition to the many wars in the past, there were even sacred worlds that were created shattered. Many disheartened primal chaos giants had scattered across the vast primal chaos void. There were even some cosmos gods scattered across the primal chaos void. Hence, the statuses of primal chaos giants were divided. If a primal chaos giant only had the strength of the 6th floor of Star Tower, he would be looked down upon the most. He would be at the bottom, and most would not be willing to come out. They would either live in seclusion or occupy a desolate place to be their overlord. Those at the 7th level like Ba Yin Palace Master and Clear Song Island Master were the most commonly seen. The majority of primal chaos giants were at the 7th level, and those like Heaven Weeping Sect Master, who had a deeper foundation, were at the peak of the 7th level. Overall, this level was not bad. At least, other primal chaos giants would give them face when they roamed around. Because this was the most commonly seen level, the 8th level was truly amazing. There were relatively fewer of them, and their statuses were noble too. 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, Violet Slaughter Island Master, General Heaven Light, and Ancestor Devil were all at this level. There were much fewer of them. For instance, the teachers of the Star Convention represented their holy grounds, and cosmos gods felt that it was not bad. Of course, there were some extremely strong ones like the Inquisitive Sky Palace Master and the 9 Dragons Empyrean. They were existences at the peak of the 8th layer. The demonic ancestor had challenged the Inquisitive Sky Palace Master and was easily defeated. The 9th floor? Their strength had reached the Cosmos God level, and most could survive against Cosmos gods. Cosmos gods would also treat them as equals. 7th level Unity Realm. Ba Yin Palace Master felt envy and jealousy in his heart. This Dongbua Shuang will reach the peak of the 8th level soon, after stepping into the Primal Chaos Realm. There's even a high chance of him stepping into the 9th level. There had only been a total of 8 in history, and 7 of them had reached the 9th level. Naturally, some of them died, and some became cosmos gods. This time, his name will truly spread throughout the entire primal chaos void. Countless experts will know his name. As for me, I will be the stepping stone for him to become famous. Ba Yin Palace Master felt his heart being bitten by the other party. But he did not have any thoughts of becoming enemies with the other party, because the gap was too huge. The peak of the 8th level could easily kill an ordinary 7th level expert. Dongbua Shuang watched as Ba Yin Palace Master left obediently without saying a word. At the same time, many voices were transmitted by his ears. Elder Dongbua, congratulations for reaching the 7th level at the Unity Realm. In the future, it is possible for you to reach the 9th level. Elder Dongbua is amazing. Not only did you step into the 7th level, you can even suppress Ba Yin Palace Master. Admirable, admirable. I am actually fortunate enough to witness this battle that is destined to be recorded in history. How fortunate. Many primal chaos giants were transmitting their voices over. They were extremely passionate. Some of them had even lowered their stance, as if they were willing to be a head lower than Dongbo Shuang. Because primal chaos experts similarly had to face all sorts of tribulations and dangers, they were extremely willing to befriend Dongbo Shuang. Before this, they still looked down on Dongbo Shuang and were too lazy to speak with him. Instinctively, they felt that they were not on the same level. They felt that it was possible for Dongbo Shuang to be stuck at the Unity Realm forever. Naturally, it was different now. Furthermore, the majority of them were merely at the 7th level, and were not much stronger than Ba Yun Palace Master. I still have to continue lecturing on the Tao. Fellow cultivators, please forgive me. Dongbo Shuang transmitted a reply to those who were transmitting to him. He then turned to look downwards. Many cultivators below were already boiling with excitement. A Unity Realm expert was actually suppressing a Primal Chaos Realm expert? Some of the more experienced Unity Realm experts had already transmitted a message to their companions. Many of them understood that this was a Unity Realm 7th level legend. Now, I shall continue lecturing on the Tao. Dongbo Shui Ying's voice transmitted into the ears of every single cultivator below. At the same time, he teleported the 300 Unity Realm cultivators up. Hoo. The 300 Unity Realm cultivators landed on the battle platform. They were all excited. They were actually chosen, and had the chance to seek guidance from a Unity Realm 7th level existence. In terms of understanding of the Unity Realm, Dongbo Shuang cultivated the laws and profound mystery system. It could be said that no one present dared to say that their understanding was more thorough than Dongbo Shuang. Senior Dongbo. The 300 Unity Realm cultivators respectfully bowed. This was a form of respect towards a senior. One by one, Dongbo Shuang then began guiding them. Not just the cultivators below, or the primal chaos giants above, they were all listening attentively. Even Heart Imitation Religious Master, Xinghua Emperor, General Hatchet Palace Master, and others were listening seriously. After a total of 18 hours, he had finished guiding the 300 Unity Realm cultivators. Dongbo Shuang controlled the void to send these 300 cultivators down. This time, I have finished lecturing on the Tao. It is time for the other teachers of the convention. Dongbo Shuang laughed. He then turned into a stream of light and flew up the high platform, returning to his seat. According to the order, General Heaven Light stood up. He looked at Dongbo Shuang by the side. In the past, General Heaven Light had always been blunt. Deep in his bones, he looked down on Unity Realm experts, feeling that it was an insult to him to be placed on the same level as him. But at this moment, a rare smile appeared on his face. He first smiled at Dongbo Shuang, causing Dongbo Shuang to feel a chill in his heart. This General Heaven Light was bald, and his entire body was faintly covered in a faint golden light. His attitude had suddenly changed as he smiled at Dongbo Shuang, causing Dongbo Shuang to feel slightly unaccustomed. General Heaven Light chuckled and said, "Elder Dongbo's lecture on the Tao has given me a huge pressure. My lecture on the Tao might not be as good as Elder Dongbo's, but I will naturally do my best." His voice reverberated across the entire convention ground. "General Heaven Light is overpraising me." Dongbo Shuang immediately replied, "I am speaking the truth. Below the primal chaos realm, there aren't many who dares to compare with Elder Dongbo in lecturing on the Tao." General Tingguang smiled. After that, he took a step forward as his silhouette vanished into thin air, reappearing on the battle platform below. He was dressed in gray robes as he sat on the platform, his entire body glowing with golden light. His voice reverberated through the air as he started to preach. The 5 teachers of the convention began lecturing on the Tao. Dongbo Shuang, General Heaven Light, 5 Luster Serpent Ancestor, Violet Slaughter Island Master, and the last one was General Hatchet Palace Master. As for Dongbo Shuang, who sat on the high platform and could relax while listening to others lecturing on the Tao, he was not idle at all. It was fine for the surrounding primal chaos experts to transmit their messages. Experts from the 3 great sacred worlds, and even experts from the primal chaos void, had sent messages to him, through the 7-star Oceanic Pavilion. At the very least, they would congratulate him. Clearly, as his status was high, most of the primal chaos giants would not be lacking in manners. Dongbua Xueying would simply respond to them politely. As for the hall masters of the Great Void Heaven Temple, and those with higher statuses, he had to treat them seriously. Dongbua Xueying lectured on the Tao for 9 days. As for the other primal chaos experts, they were relatively shorter, usually 5 to 6 days. General Hatchet Palace Master had maintained his lowest duration of 3 days. More importantly, in terms of Tao discussion, the laws and profound mysteries system was better. The majority of the other systems would be able to display it. This star convention shall end here. Heart imitation religious master's voice reverberated across the entire venue. Many cultivators were still pondering over some of the experiences they had while listening to the Tao lecture. They were still in a daze, but a large number of them began leaving. On the high platform above, all of them stood up and left. Elder Dongbua. Elder Dongbua. Several primal chaos experts walked over. They even invited Dongbua Xueying to join their gathering. Your son's eyesight is not bad. General Hatchet Palace Master and Xinghua Emperor walked side by side. If you want to take Dongbua Xueying as your teacher, he will definitely be the best teacher in the Tao of Mirage. Ha ha ha. Xinghua Emperor laughed. Seeing how dazzling Dongbua Xueying was, Xinghua Emperor felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Right at this moment, Heart Imitation Religious Master walked over to the side of Dongbua Xueying. Several primal chaos experts who invited Dongbua Xueying by the side moved to the side. The 9th level Heart Imitation Religious Master still made them feel pressured. Dongbua. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled. He then transmitted. Blade Emperor asked me to pass on a message for you to head to the Star Pagoda now and attempt it. Not just Blade Emperor, but several cosmos gods will be watching you attempt it. Several cosmos gods? Dongbua Xueying was startled. This was the first time several cosmos gods were paying attention to him. In the past, only Forefather Tian Yu from the Great Void Heaven Temple and Sword Master were paying attention to him. They merely thought that he had a chance of becoming a hall master. Nevertheless, now that the strongest Blade Emperor of the 6 Great Holy Grounds and several other cosmos gods were paying attention to him, it was clear that he had entered the vision of the higher-ups of the 6 Great Holy Grounds. This was normal too. According to past experiences, the probability of Dongbua Xueying stepping into the 9th level Star Pagoda was extremely high. Alright, I'll head to the Star Pagoda now. Dongbua Xueying transmitted. Heart Imitation Religious Master chuckled and nodded. I'll send you over. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.